Good morning, Commissioner. Our first witness today is John Paul Danko. If we could have the court reporter affirm Mr. Danko.
Okay.
Morning, Mr. Danko. I'm just going to ask you to affirm your evidence today. So please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Good morning, Councillor Danko.
Good morning.
I'd like to start this morning with some questions about your professional background. I understand you're the incumbent councillor for Ward 8.
Yes.
And you were first elected in October 2018.
Correct.
And recently re-elected as Ward 8 councillor.
Yes.
And so your first term, you were elected in October 2018, but your term would have started in December 2018. Is that correct?
Correct. December 3rd.
What part of Hamilton does Ward 8 include?
Ward 8 is the West Central Mountains, so between Upper Wellington and Garth, from the escarpment to the hydro corridor just past Rymel Road.
And am I correct that the link runs through Ward 8?
Yes.
But just the link, not the Red Hill?
Correct. Just the portion of the link between Upper Wellington and Garth.
Turning to your educational background, I understand that you have a degree in civil engineering. Is that correct?
Yes.
And where did you go to school?
I'm a graduate of McMaster University.
And when did you graduate?
2001.
Are you a licensed professional engineer?
Yes.
Are you still in your capacity as a counselor?
Yes, I'm still a licensed professional engineer in the province of Ontario.
And I understand that you worked as an engineer in the private sector prior to being elected as a city councillor. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you tell us a little bit about your professional background? Where did you work? From what time to what time, and what were your roles?
Sure. I was a consulting engineer, working in consulting right after I graduated in 2001, up until I was elected in 2018 for an engineering consulting firm called Ellis Engineering based out of St. Catharines.
Okay. And did you work anywhere else besides Ellis?
While I was still a student, I was employed by Dufferin Construction. So I worked probably about, I think, a year in total between summers, and I did an 8-month internship there. So I worked as a quality control technician at Dufferin Construction.
And in your private sector career, what sort of work did you do?
Well, I was a quality control technician at Dufferin Construction. I was running the lab testing, sample testing for aggregates for hot mix asphalt. I also did field testing for hot mix asphalt while I was at Dufferin Construction, and also concrete. When I moved over to consulting engineering, my specialty is structural design. So I'm a bridge engineer. I design and manage the construction of mainly bridges and other heavy civil projects in the public sector. Most of our jobs were public sector for clients such as the MTO, the region of Niagara, various municipalities throughout Ontario. So my primary role was as a structural designer, but I also wrote the contract documents for various projects. So I'm very familiar with, MTO contract documents, the Ontario provincial standards, as well as municipal contracts. So probably in total, I've written hundreds of contract documents for hundreds of millions of dollars worth of construction work. I've also managed those projects. So that was Ellis Engineering is a very small consulting firm, so we all had multiple roles. When I left there, I was the senior project manager, so I was in charge of the overall management of construction of various projects, mainly bridge jobs. In terms of roads and asphalt, I wouldn't say I'm an expert on geometric design or asphalt, but it was part of, in my professional capacity, designing the approaches for various bridges, which would also include road safety measures as they relate to, the bridge or the structure.
Okay, thank you. That was going to be my question. You mentioned that you worked on bridges and heavy civil work. So road, was your work and your prior experience working with roads in relation to those projects, not as sort of as primary focus?
Correct. So roads just strictly designing a road wouldn't be the focus of any of the contracts that I've worked on, but obviously every bridge has a road involved somewhere. So in relation to the structure, we would also design the road. Okay,
thank you. And you mentioned some of your experience working in hot mix labs and doing asphalt testing while you were at Dufferin. Do you have any experience in relation to pavement design or designing different types of surface courses or asphalts?
Not specifically to pavement but design, more in the making sure that the pavement that is designed meets the job mix formulas. So in the quality control side. Okay.
And are you familiar, or do you have any familiarity with the standards governing or applicable to roadways like the Red Hill Valley Parkway and the Link?
In general, yes. I'm not sure specifically what standards the Red Hill and the Link were designed to, but as it relates to Ontario provincial standards, Marshall testing, MTO standards for asphalt, yes.
And the inquiries received documents that suggest there was some consulting work that you did for the city of Hamilton while you were employed by Ellis. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you do any work related to either the Red Hill or the Link?
No.
I understand that you joined the Public Works Committee when you were elected in 2018. Is that right?
Correct.
And membership on standing committees, is that voluntary?
Yes.
In your case, why did you volunteer to join the Public Works Committee?
It's part of my personal interest. Obviously, having a career in the industry, I have a personal connection to the kind of work that is specifically related to the Public Works Committee. And I also thought that because of my professional background as a structural engineer working in the industry for a number of years, that I would have some insight into public works projects that would be valuable for the constituents that I represent.
So most of my questions today are going to focus on the time sort of between when you were elected in late 2018 and when the Tradewind report was disclosed to the public on February 6th, 2018. So it's a relatively brief window that covers sort of the first few months of your time in office. So before we get into some of those specific questions, just have some general questions about your experiences and your knowledge of the Red Hill more generally, sort of in that time period before you learned about the Tradewind report. Mm-hmm. So we talked before about how the Link runs through Ward 8. Do you take a particular interest in matters related to the Link as a result of it running through your ward, sort of compared to councillors who perhaps the Link doesn't run through their ward?
Not in particular.
Okay. What about the Red Hill?
No.
Prior to joining council, were you aware of any issues related to safety on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
So in general, I was aware of some collisions that had occurred. I know there was a couple fatal collisions, which are always a tragedy, but nothing that stood out to me. I mean, there are tragedies on every roadway on a regular basis, so there was nothing that stood out to me that really piqued my interest.
Okay. And when you say you were familiar, was that through the media that you learned of those fatalities and those accidents?
Yes.
Okay. Had you heard about any media reports related to safety or driving conditions on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No.
Okay. Do you drive on the Red Hill Valley Parkway as a
Yes.
resident of Hamilton?
Yep.
Did you ever have any concerns arising from your own driving experiences?
No.
Okay. And had you heard about any anecdotal concerns related to Red Hill Valley Park, related to the Red Hill from others in the public or people that you knew in the community?
No.
Okay. I understand that when you took over as Ward 8 councillor, you took over from Councillor Whitehead. He was the Ward 8 councillor before you.
Correct.
And as I understand it, he was also a member of the Public Works Committee during his term.
I'm not sure.
Okay. When you assumed the role of Ward 8 councillor, did you receive any briefings or did you have any transition discussions with Councillor Whitehead?
No, there was no transition whatsoever.
Okay. So he didn't tell you about any of the work that he'd been doing or the issues that Ward 8 constituents had raised with him?
Nothing.
As part of your transition, we understand that there were a number of orientation sessions that were held for new councillors at the start, and I guess more broadly, just for the new council at the start of the term. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm sure you're aware of some of these things today, but sort of casting your mind back to that time before early 2019, when the trade wind report came to light. Were you aware of the Public Works Committee's work over time as it relates to the Red Hill, including investigations in 2013 on a portion of the Red Hill, safety studies done in 2015, and other studies done by the Public Works Committee related to speeding and lighting?
So at the time I was elected, I wasn't aware of any of that.
Okay. And as part of your orientation to council, and to the Public Works Committee, were those things brought to your attention?
I don't believe so.
There were also a number of, in relation to some of those studies I just mentioned, there were also a number of Red Hill Valley Parkway related items on the outstanding business list. Was that something that you were made aware of at the time that you joined the PWC?
No.
That wasn't part of the orientation?
No.
From when you started as a councillor in December 2018 until early February 2019, prior to the public release of the trade window report, did your office, either you or your constituency staff, receive any complaints or concerns from the public about the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I don't recall receiving anything about specific to Red Hill in that time frame.
Okay. Sort of as a more general question, when your office does receive complaints or concerns or inquiries from constituents, do you have a process for logging those?
So I have an executive assistant who one of her responsibilities is to log and follow up with any correspondence that comes through the office. So she has her own systems for doing that, for tracking her, what comes in and what goes out.
Okay. But to your knowledge, she didn't receive any, or there weren't any complaints that she logged related to the Red Hill Valley Parkway in those first few months of your time in office?
There was nothing that she made me aware of.
Okay. So I'm going to move now to some more general questions. This time about how you prepare for council and committee meetings. So I appreciate that my questions cover a 4-year period. So if they've changed between sort of when you started in 2018 and early 2019 and now, just let me know. So in general, what are your practices when preparing for committee and council meetings, sort of in terms of looking at the agenda package, staff reports and documents that you receive as part of the agenda package?
So at that time, when we were still in the office, agendas are released a week before the meeting. So my executive assistant would print out in hard copy the agendas, including all the reports for every specific meeting. They'd be in a binder that would be set in my office, and then I would review each report as I needed to in order to prepare for the meeting.
And when you say as you needed to, was that sort of, did you review everything or did you pick and choose?
I do review everything, but my level of review varies depending on the issue.
Okay. And how do you identify which issues to sort of look more deeply at or with more detail versus those that you might, for example, skim or take a more high level review?
Obviously, there are issues that are relatively routine that aren't going to involve a lot of debate. In those cases, I would just review the executive summary. I would know what my vote was going to be, or maybe it's just receiving the item, so I'd be aware of what was in the report, but not spending time reading the entire report, just the executive summary. On issues that were more contentious or would had a strong position on, or I knew that were going to involve, a deeper level of discussion, I would review those reports in detail, the entire thing.
Okay. And when you say the reports, that's staff reports?
Correct.
In your experience, is it common, or does it happen that you'll receive consultant reports in addition to staff reports?
I'd say that's relatively uncommon. Usually it's just the staff report.
Okay. In instances where a consultant report is provided to council, do you typically read that, or does it sort of, as you said, vary depending on what the issue is?
It depends on the consultant report. As a counselor, we rely on staff to interpret their work with consultants and present that in a way that is understandable by counselors. We're not experts in every in every field. So for example, if there was a consultant report from a public health study or something like that, I might skim it, but I wouldn't pretend that I'd be able to understand it. So I'd be relying on the staff report in that case.
In your experience on council, is it common for councillors to meet or sort of speak with city staff outside of formal committee and council meetings?
Yes, councillors do meet with staff on a regular basis.
Okay. Do you?
Yes.
And in are these typically face-to-face meetings, phone calls, emails, all of the above?
Well, back in the 2019, they were usually face-to-face meetings at the councillor's office or a phone call. Now that it'd be a WebEx. Right.
Okay. Fair enough. COVID has changed a lot of our typical practices. Okay, so I'm going to turn now to a January 23rd, 2019 council meeting. But I just have a process-related question before we come to that meeting. So my understanding is that council is a ratifying body. So things will typically go to a standing committee and then they go to council. So GIC or Public Works and then flow through that committee to council. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And in your experience, is it common for an issue to go, is it uncommon for an issue to go directly to council?
Yes. Best practice would it be to go to a committee first.
Okay. And was that something, sorry, said best practice, why is that? Just because council is a ratifying body?
Correct. So debate or detailed discussion on any topic should happen at the committee level. Once that discussion and direction is set, then it bumps up to council. Council is the final decision, so you should never have a new issue at a council meeting where you're making a final decision, ideally.
Okay. And when you say best practice, was that something that you appreciated sort of early in your tenure, January 2019, or is that something you've sort of come to appreciate over the last 4 years?
I guess that's something I've learned over my course of the term. But I think that's always been my understanding of what the best practice has been.
Okay. Thank you. Registrar, can we call up Ham 62634, both images, please? So Councillor Danko, just while this is coming up, I'll be calling up documents and our overview document as well. So the registrar can call portions out of the document. So if you need us to zoom in or zoom out at any point, just let us know. We can control that. And just to sort of do a little tech test, can you see all of the videos of myself, Ms. Talebi, Mr. Commissioner, and the document?
Yeah, I've got the 2 pages of the document. I can read it fine, and I can see all your video.
Okay, perfect. So these are the closed session minutes of the January 23rd, 2019 council meeting. So this is the in-camera session, and it indicates that the meeting or the closed session ran from 9:43 until 10:45. And you'll see in the list of councillors present that you are listed as one of the councillors present. And in item I, it says potential litigation update. Nicole Audie addressed council and provided a verbal update respecting the potential litigation update. And she presented report LS 19007. So I'll take you to that report in a moment. But before I do, what do you recall about attending this meeting on January 23rd?
I'm listed as present, so I know I was there. There were, I believe, 3 meetings in short succession in that time frame. I think it was January 23rd, February 6th, and then a couple weeks later. So I have trouble at this point differentiating between those meetings. One of them went to 4 a.m. I know that. So my recollection, just separating out what happened at a specific meeting is a little tricky, whereas I kind of remember them all as a group.
Okay, so I think that meeting that ran until sort of 4 o'clock in the morning, that was the council meeting on February 13th, which came after.
Okay.
After the so that was after the council meeting after public disclosure of the Tradewind report. This meeting, I'll describe it as the meeting where council received a heads up about the Tradewind report.
Mm-hmm.
So why don't I take you to Ms. Audie's report, the legal services report, and see if that assists in sort of orienting our discussion. Registrar, if we could call up HAM 61921 at images 1 and 2. So this is Ms. Audie's report. And Registrar, if we could call up the executive summary section. So it's the bottom of image 1 and the top of image 2. Sorry. Thank you. And Councillor Danko, I'll just give you a moment to review this.
Okay.
So do you recall Ms. Audie presenting this report or giving a presentation related to this topic at the January 23rd meeting?
Not specifically at that meeting, but I do recall that there was a presentation on the Tradewind report and discussion about the potential litigation.
Okay. And sorry, I should have asked this question, Registrar. Can we close this call out for a moment? Do you recall looking at this report now? Did the councillors receive this report in advance of the January 23rd meeting, or was this something that would have been provided just once you either entered into the closed session or at the start of the council meeting?
I don't recall if we received it in advance, but that would be best practice that we would receive this with our agendas.
Okay. So in the executive summary, there's a reference to an FOI request, and that there's the potential for litigation arising from release of city records relating to friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway as a result of the FOI request. Prior to January 23rd, were you aware of the existence of an FOI request related to friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No.
So this report and this update from staff would have been the first time you learned about the FOI request.
Yes.
There are references, and you mentioned this earlier, to potential liability or potential litigation that might result from the FOI release. What did Ms. Audie or staff tell you about potential litigation that might result from the release of the friction testing results?
From what I recall, there was a number of active litigation against the city in regards to Red Hill and some of the collisions that occurred. And this information in the report that is discussed could have implications towards the city's ability to defend ourselves in those claims. That's my recollection of the discussion.
Register, if we can keep up image 2 and also call up image 3. Thank you. So you'll see, Councillor Danko, there's a historical background section, and that section includes a brief historical background related to the construction of the Red Hill Valley Parkway, Mr. McGuire's appointment as Director of Engineering Services, and that he became aware of a draft report, trade wind report, in late September 2018. There's also some information about the receipt of the FOI and Mr. McGuire's decision to stop exploring hot in place recycling for the Red Hill Valley Parkway repaving as a result of the trade wind report. So sort of recognizing that you were at this point about a month and a half into your, or just over a month and a half into your time as a councillor, was all of this information in the historical background section new information for you?
Yes.
Okay. Prior to receiving this report and the update from staff at the meeting, were you aware of any friction testing that had been performed on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No.
So not aware of any friction testing results at any time?
I'm not aware of anybody that's ever done friction testing in the province of Ontario.
Okay. And there's a reference to the trade wind report in the 4th paragraph underneath the historical background. Was that a name that you had heard before this meeting, or was this also something that was new to you?
I'm sorry, which name?
The trade wind.
As a company, no.
Okay. And so I take it then you hadn't heard about the trade wind report before this meeting?
No, I had not.
The Red Hill Valley Parkway, we know that the Red Hill Valley Parkway was scheduled for repaving in the spring or summer of 2019. Were you aware of the Red Hill was going to be repaved, or was this something that you also learned about at this meeting?
I don't recall specifically. I know in around that time frame is when we were advised that it was scheduled for repaving. Okay.
So in the second or the 4th paragraph under historical background on the page that's on the left side, it says, in June of 2018, Gord McGuire was appointed Director of Engineering Services. As part of his orientation into that role, he reviewed the status of the work being proposed on the RHVE, and in late September 2018 became aware of a draft report, the trade wind report, that included friction testing done in 2013. Do you recall at this meeting if any further information was provided to council about how Mr. McGuire became aware of the trade wind report?
No.
And what was your understanding at that time of how Mr. McGuire became aware of the trade wind report?
My understanding is that he was reviewing some files or documents as it related to taking over his new position, and discovered this report on a stored somewhere on in a digital format. Okay.
And that was was that your understanding from what staff advised at the meeting?
I believe so, yes.
Registrar, if we can call up images 3 and 4 of this document. Thank you. Can we call out the section underneath analysis and rationale for recommendation? All the way down to the bottom of the page. Perfect, thank you. So Councillor Danko, I'll just give you a moment to review this section.
Okay.
So you'll see there in the first paragraph, it summarizes some of the information and the findings in the trade wind report about the friction numbers on the Red Hill. Based on, to your recollection, was council provided any additional information about the trade wind report, its findings, any of the recommendations or conclusions in the report at this meeting on January 23rd, aside from this summary in this paragraph?
So again, lumping these 3 meetings together, at some point in that time frame, we did have a discussion on what the findings were, what they meant, and what the consequences were.
Okay, but you can't remember specifically which of those 3 meetings it was?
It as part of the discussion in that group of meetings, that's what happened, but I don't recall specifically as if it was at this meeting or the next meeting.
Okay. Was a copy of the trade wind report provided to council at the meeting on January 23rd, or just this summary?
I don't recall if we actually had the report. Again, in that time frame, we did receive it.
Okay. Do you recall when you received it or how you received it or from who?
No.
Did you receive it as a hard copy?
I don't recall. But the practice at the time would be it would be appended to an agenda. So if it was part of the meeting agenda, then I would have received it with the agenda package.
Okay, but you don't have a specific recollection of receiving it as part of the agenda package?
No.
Okay, and you're not able to identify which of the meetings you received it at?
No.
Okay. The second paragraph says the concern is that the trade wind report was not shared with other city staff at the time. What did you understand staff's concern, as it's reflected here, to be about the trade wind report not being shared with other city staff?
Well, as the report also states, there is a number of media attention on the safety of the Red Hill and the FOI request. So staff's concern, if I recall, was mainly around the legal implications of publication of that report. So how that would impact the city's, liability from claims that are already in progress.
Okay, so you said staff's concern was around the legal implications of publication. Do you recall if staff conveyed or expressed any concern about the safety of the road or the findings of the trade wind report?
No, I mean, the trade wind report is referencing UK standards, which, is essentially meaningless to a Canadian road.
Okay, and what do you base that view on?
That's based on my 20 years working in the industry. And prior to this, I had never heard of anybody ever doing friction testing on a road or a highway.
Okay. As a new councillor, did you have any views or concerns about the fact that the report hadn't been shared internally among city staff?
I think my interpretation is probably a little bit different than some of my colleagues. Because of my background and working in the industry again, I wasn't concerned that the report wasn't circulated. My understanding was that the staff that commissioned the report would have reviewed it and taken any action that they deemed necessary at the time. So the fact that it wasn't shared with council, wasn't really a concern for me.
Okay. But what about the fact that, as it's reflected here, that it wasn't shared with other city staff? Did that concern you?
Not particularly. I mean, staff receive thousands of consulting reports on a regular basis. So the fact that one wasn't circulated around, again, it didn't raise a particular red flag at the time.
Okay. And you said that you think your interpretation was perhaps a little bit different from some of your council colleagues. How do you recall, or what's your recollection of how your council colleagues reacted to the news that that city staff conveyed at this meeting about the existence of the Tradewind report and the fact that it hadn't been shared with other city staff?
Well, I think there is two lenses with which councillors were, reviewing what we were being presented with. So one was from a technical perspective: is the road safe? Is there any problems with the Red Hill Valley Parkway? Is staff acting appropriately? And then the other lens is the public perception lens from a political perspective. And I think a lot of my colleagues were more focused on the political perspective rather than the public safety perspective.
Okay. And what do you mean by the political perspective? Can you just elaborate on that a little bit more for us?
Well, a number of councillors were involved with the construction of the Red Hill. It was a relatively contentious project just to be built. So there was, some long-standing history that a number of councillors have with that roadway, and also, the idea that council was hiding something, or councillor was directing something to be hidden, it would impact the public's perception of our municipal council as an effective government. So obviously there's a political perspective to that in how this is interpreted publicly.
Do you recall who those councillors were?
Not specifically. I mean, it's the councillors that have been longstanding incumbents that were involved with the roadway, either through its approval, through its construction, or that have some specific interest in it.
Okay. When Mayor Eisenberger testified, he described that there was frustration and dismay at the meeting. Does that align with your recollection of the tone or reaction at this meeting?
I do remember there is a number of, again, those longstanding councillors that have a special interest in the Parkway, being frustrated that there was something that could potentially be released that would have political implications.
Okay. And so you mentioned that that there was the two lenses. There was one that sort of political lens, and also there was the technical perspective. Is the road safe? And appreciating that you don't necessarily have a recollection of all of the different meetings distinctive from one another. Do you recall if there was discussion about whether or not the road was safe at this meeting on January 23rd?
No, not specifically at this meeting. I mean, obviously in that group of meetings, that was a big part of the discussion, but not specifically at this meeting, as I recall.
Okay. So you know that it happened, but you can't pinpoint specifically it was at this meeting or it was at the February 6th meeting.
Right.
Okay. In the last paragraph there, it says, in addition, the Tradewind report and its content on friction testing have not been consistently addressed in the media. And now that staff are aware of the report and have identified it as a responsive record to the FOI request, its release may also have some reputational impact on the city and wide media coverage. What did you understand, or what did staff convey to you about what that reputational impact might be?
So again, to my previous answer, that there had been media coverage of safety on the Red Hill, coverage of a number of lawsuits that are in progress, and the fact that this would have to be released under the FOI request. So I think staff were just advising, again, because this report is directly relevant to those, that it would potentially impact the city's reputation. And again, through that political lens, by extension, the reputation of councillors who were involved.
Thank you, Registrar. Can we close this call out down, please? And if we could call out the section under next steps on the right page. So in next steps, it says corporate communication staff are preparing a communications plan in the event the FOI request leads to release of information in advance of the PW report scheduled to come before council on February 4th, 2019. The public report will update council on the status of various projects associated with the Red Hill Valley Parkway. There will also be an in-camera report to further identify the risks associated with the RHVE and the release of the Tradewind report. Those risks there, to your knowledge, is that the reputational and the liability risks that we talked about earlier? Or were there other risks?
Correct. We're strictly talking about legal risks to the city through the report, again, because of the ongoing litigation. We're not talking about safety risks.
Okay. At this stage, did you have any concern about safety risks?
No, none whatsoever.
And so it references an upcoming presentation or that the Public Works reports would be brought before council on February 4th. And then there'd be a further in-camera report. And as we know, ultimately, the Public Works reports and the in-camera report happen together at the February 6th GIC. So just sort of, if you're able to, casting your mind back to that January 23rd meeting, what was your understanding of what the next steps would be in terms of when and where staff would bring this issue back to council?
I don't recall specifically, but if that's what was approved, that is in the report as next steps, my expectation would be that it would be at the February 4th Public Works meeting.
And do you recall if there was any discussion at this meeting on January 23rd about among staff and council about where these issues should be brought back next, or was this just?
I don't recall specifically, but that does happen from time to time where a very important report is going to a standing committee like Public Works or Planning, where not all councillors sit on those committees. And that, sometimes there's a discussion that, this should go to general issues, which is all council instead of one of those standing committees. Okay.
And from your perspective, was there any urgency in having staff report back on this issue? Did you, was this something you wanted to, like, you perceived either an urgency from councillors or from staff about coming back before council?
Well, obviously it was a very significant issue for the city. So we would expect that it would be dealt with in as timely manner as possible.
Okay. And what, if any, direction, to the best of your recollection, do you recall council providing to staff in terms of next steps coming out of this meeting? Either work that was to be done between the January 23rd meeting and when they came back before council, or any information that council was looking for staff to bring back?
I don't recall specifically from this meeting if there was any additional direction besides approving what was recommended as next steps.
Okay. And was this what's reflected up here on the screen when you say recommended as next steps, or approved is what was recommended next steps? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, although that's not a specific direction. I think that's just more staff's suggestion. So sometimes in camera reports, there's specific direction. This is what we're approving. I don't believe that is what's written here.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of what was approved?
No, not specifically. Again, all these meetings kind of merge together.
Okay. And I understand. So just Registrar, we can close this call out. So I asked you before about your recollection of whether councilors received this report as a hard copy, or if this was provided at the meeting. I understand that sometimes materials will be taken back from counselors at the end of a council or committee meeting, particularly if it's a closed session. Is that right?
Correct. Typically, again, this has changed somewhat when we've gone online, but typically when we were in person and we had hard copies, we would hand those back to the clerk at the end of the meeting, and I believe they would then be destroyed.
Okay. Was that for all reports or just reports that were received in camera?
That's just for in-camera reports.
Okay. Do you have a specific recollection of whether this report LS 19007 was given back to the clerks after the meeting, or did you hold on to a copy?
I don't recall, but that would have been the practice at the time.
Okay. So you don't have a specific recollection, but best practice was to provide the report back to the clerks?
Correct.
Okay. And just to confirm, is your recollection that you didn't receive a copy of the Tradewind report at this meeting on January 23rd, or you can't recall either way?
I don't recall. Again, in that time frame, I did receive the report, but I don't know if it was at this meeting specifically.
And when you say this time frame, is that sometime between January 23rd and February 6th? Is that what you're referring to when you say this time frame?
That's the span of those 3 meetings from the end of January to mid-February.
Okay. And aside from this report, LS 19007, and perhaps possibly the Tradewind report, do you recall if you received any other materials from staff at this meeting?
No.
And recognizing that you don't have a specific recollection of receiving the Tradewind report, Register, we can close this document out. Councillor Danko, recognizing that you don't have a specific recollection of receiving the Tradewind report, what do you think you did upon receiving the report?
I believe at some point I received both the Golder report and the Tradewind report, which was appended to that report, at which time I would have reviewed them, made any notes that I needed to, and any questions that came up, I would have addressed with staff.
Okay, so you recall receiving the Golder report and also the Tradewind report?
I believe, I don't recall specifically, but I believe they were both distributed together. Okay,
so you received, to your recollection, you received both of those documents, recognizing that the Tradewind report is appended to the Golder report. Your recollection is that you received those together, or did you receive them at different times?
I really don't recall specifically, but at some point I did receive both of them.
Okay. Registrar, can we call up overview document 9A, pages 357 and 358? And if we could call out paragraph 854, which carries over on both pages. Thank you. So Councillor Danko, there was a telephone call between Nicole Audie, Ron Sabot, who's another one of the city's legal counsel, and David Bogosian, who is the city's external legal counsel, on January 30th, 2019. So about a week after the January 23rd council meeting. And Mr. Bogosian prepared notes from this call, which are the transcription of his notes are excerpted here. And I'll just give you a moment to review the call out here and let me know when you're finished.
Okay.
So I interpret these notes as a reflection of some of what was discussed at the council meeting the week before. Obviously, you weren't a part of this phone call between Ms. Audie, Mr. Bogosian, and Mr. Sabot, but as you can see, there are a number of references to council. So I just want to ask you about those to see if that perhaps assists in refreshing your memory about what may have been discussed at the January 23rd meeting, or sometime between January 23rd and January 30th. So in the first, the second line down in Mr. Bogosian's notes, it says, council quite concerned about situation. And we touched on this earlier, but for my benefit, do you recall, was council quite concerned?
Yes, of course. But I think to clarify, the situation meaning the legal situation, not the safety situation.
Okay, so you recall that council was concerned and was quite concerned, and that concern was related to the legal situation.
Yes.
Okay. And then jumping down a few boxes, in the second box from the bottom, it says, council concerned re Gary Moore's judge, honesty, trustworthiness with them in the past. Do you recall what, if any, concerns, or do you recall if any concerns had been raised at the January 23rd meeting about Mr. Moore?
So I never worked with Gary Moore. I've never met him at that point. So I had no, judgment about his professional credentials or, his personality. However, at that meeting, I do recall there was some discussion about his personal approach to how he did his job. And some concerns raised by, again, some of the councillors that had been involved with the Red Hill Valley Parkway for a number of years about Gary Moore's, how he did his job, not necessarily, his professional, how well he did his job, or, his personality.
Okay. And do you recall what information council was given by staff about Mr. Moore and his involvement at the meeting on January 23rd?
I believe there was some discussion that he was still employed by the city in the LRT office at the time, which I think was at some point, again, not sure if it was this meeting or subsequent meetings, but at some point there was some concern about his ongoing employment, in the LRT office while this was happening at the same time.
Okay. And what do you recall, if anything, was council told about any connection that Mr. Moore had to the Tradewind report and the issues that were being brought before council?
Again, I don't recall if it specifically this meeting or subsequent meetings, but my understanding was Gary Moore was, the person that reviewed it and was responsible for any action that needed to be taken at the time.
Any action that needed to be taken with respect to the Tradewind report and its findings?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So now going to the box above that, it says council wants to know, and then there's 1, 2, 3, but there's actually just only 2 items listed there. So the first question says council wants to know if Brian Malone / SEMA had the Tradewind report. Do you recall council asking or wanting to know whether Mr. Malone or SEMA had the Tradewind report?
So again, not specifically which meeting, but I do recall that SEMA, as a consulting engineering firm, had done some safety reviews of the Red Hill in response to previous concerns about safety, and had done some reports and recommendations. So there was discussion just to make sure, to double check that if SEMA, did they know about the Tradewind report? Did they have any concerns about friction? And would that have changed any of their recommendations? So I at some point there was, discussion to go back to SEMA and make sure that they had all the information and to see if there's anything else that we needed to do to make sure that the road continued to be safe.
And you said that you recall SEMA receiving some information that SEMA had done safety reviews on the Red Hill. Would that have been new information to you at the January 23rd meeting, or in and around this time? Like, that wasn't something, was that something that you had appreciated before the January 23rd meeting?
No, that would have been new information to me. But again, I don't know specifically which meeting.
Okay. And the second question, is there anything else SEMA thinks needs to be done to address safety, in brackets, slipperiness, as interim measures pending repaving? What do you recall about that question, if anything?
So again, at the time, there was a lot of concern raised by the public about the safety of the Red Hill Valley Parkway. And then, the release of this report through the FOI potentially, again, increasing those concerns and the perception of the road or by some in the public that it wasn't safe. So council, I believe, wanted to make sure that we had done everything that we could possibly do to make sure that the road is safe and remains as safe as it can be.
Okay. And the slipperiness there, do you recall any discussion about the Red Hill being slippery, or people having concerns that the Red Hill was slippery?
I recall there's some general perceptions from members of the public that Red Hill it can be perceived as being slippery. I don't recall any discussion or that opinion being shared by either our staff or any of the consultants that had worked on it.
Do you recall any information, if any information was given to council at the January 23rd meeting about steps that had been taken or considered by staff as potential interim measures to address RHVP safety or slipperiness?
At some point, we did receive a fairly lengthy review of work that had been done, recommendations, what had been done, what was still outstanding. I don't believe it was at this meeting. I think it was at the next one, but again,
yes, I think you're right. Well, so we'll come to that. And in terms of the directions and the next steps, we talked about this a little bit when we were looking at Ms. Audie's report. Do the questions here or the items listed under council wants to know, do you recall if those were directions that council provided to staff or more questions that were given to staff?
I don't recall if that was specific direction. A lot of times staff will take, will summarize some of the discussion and then, kind of interpret it that themselves of here's what council really, needs to know. And then they will bring that forward at a future report. So I don't recall specifically if that was direction that council said, or this was staff's interpretation of what council wanted to know. Either could have been.
Okay. Do you recall if there were any other questions that council had for staff? Sort of any other information that council wanted staff to gather or report back on?
My recollection is most of the discussion was around, again, the legal implications of releasing the report and what that would mean, from a political perspective.
Thank you, Registrar. We can close this call out down. And if we can call up HAM 54317 at images 1 and 2. So Councilor Danko, you'll see that this is an email, starts with an email that you sent to Mike Zagaric on January 29th in the evening on that day. And the subject line is technical questions re Red Hill private. And in your email, you write at the top there, a few questions that come to mind regarding the technical aspects of the Red Hill asphalt discussion. And there are 11 questions and some comments or answers below each of the 11 questions. And we can call up parts or all of the email if that helps, but some more general questions first before I take you to some of the specific questions that you've asked in this email. Do you recall what prompted you to send this email to Mr. Zagaric?
So I believe at that point, I likely had reviewed the Tradewind report. So I think that this email was a response in order to summarize some of the questions that I had on the report and the ongoing discussions on Red Hill so that staff could prepare for the subsequent meeting where this would be discussed in detail.
Okay, so do you have anything specific that makes you think you had received the trade wind report at this time, or is that just based on sort of looking at the questions here?
Some of the questions, are specific to friction and how it related. So again, I know at some point in there I did receive the trade wind report. It's likely that that prompted this email.
Okay, I think this email. So I don't think that council had received the agenda package by this point. So I don't know if that assists in sort of orienting you, but I don't believe at this point council had received the agenda package for what eventually became the February 6th meeting. So Mr. Zagaric, when he testified, he testified that he recalls attending a meeting with you and Dan McKinnon, the general manager of Public Works at the time, and that your email here followed that meeting that the three of you had. Do you have any recollection of attending a meeting with Mr. McKinnon and Mr. Zagaric around this time?
I don't recall General Manager Zagaric being part of the discussions. I mean, he may have been there, but not being a technical expert on it, he might not have participated, which triggers my memory of him being there. But I do recall discussions with General Manager McKinnon about, the Red Hill and the technical aspects.
Okay. So you do recall a discussion with Mr. McKinnon?
Yes.
Okay. And in case it assists, at the time of this email, Mr. Zagaric was the interim city manager at that point in time. So he wasn't in his general manager capacity.
Correct.
Do you recall how the meeting that you participated in with Mr. McKinnon came about? Was that something you initiated? Did staff?
I'm not sure how it was initiated. I don't recall.
What do you recall about the discussion at that meeting?
I don't recall, that meeting specifically. But obviously some of the questions here would have been in relation to what was discussed.
Okay. And Mr. Zagaric's evidence was that you drafted both the questions here and also the answers or comments below. Is that your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. And looking at these 11 questions, do you recall how were these things that you took it upon yourself to draft? And also same with the commentary, or were these questions that had been discussed at a meeting? Like, how did these questions here come to be?
No, these are my specific questions that I drafted myself. So this wasn't in relation to any council discussion or other discussions with others. This is specifically my questions for staff as it relates to the ongoing issues.
And when you say your questions for staff, were these questions that you expected staff to answer, Mr. Zagaric to circle back with sort of additional information beyond what you've written in your comments, or sort of what did you envision for these questions?
No, these questions are just intended to assist staff with preparing for the next meeting. So this, I believe we were already scheduled to have another meeting the following week. So this would help staff prepare for some of the questions that I might then ask in a session with the remainder of council. Okay.
And the answers or the comments below, what was the purpose or your thinking behind including those in this email?
So that was, again, just to assist staff to understand what I was thinking in terms of the issues. Again, having the background on some of these, working in the industry and having the background that I do, I was trying to assist staff to, provide them with what my insight was, so that in the meeting, if I asked that question, I might be following up with some of that insight that is provided here.
Okay. And your questions, from my review, they seem they seem quite technical, which I think you said they were in part based on your background and your experience in the industry. How did you identify the topics or the questions here as areas to raise with staff? Like, what did you base your answers and your comments on and your questions?
So the meetings that we've been discussing were primarily focused on, the legal part, but on the technical part of is the road safe? Is there a friction problem? That's what I was basing this on, kind of focusing in on the technical aspects. So this is just based on the information that I would have had at the time and my experience, building roads and bridges in the province of Ontario.
Right. Okay. And on that, the technical piece, January 23rd, there was the legal presentation from Miss Audie. Had you received any technical briefings or any was there any technical discussion at that meeting? Or had the discussion up to this point really been focused on the legal implications?
It is mainly focused on the legal implications, but obviously everything goes back to a report that is focused on friction.
Right. Okay. And you said that this was based on the information that you would have had at the time. Do you recall what reports or documents you had at the time when you prepared this?
So again, I'm not sure if I would have had the trade wind report at the time or not. If the agenda wasn't released at the time that I wrote this email, is likely I didn't, because I believe I got it through an agenda. But again, this is based on discussions about what was in the report and my experience.
Did you do any independent research before you prepared the questions? Were you looking at any documents, sort of leaving aside whatever information you may have received from staff? Was there anything you did independently?
I have the TAC manual in my office, so I use that as my primary reference.
Okay. I won't take you through all of your questions. There's quite a number of them, but there's a few that I'd like to ask you about. And so, Registrar, can you call up the question and the answer under number 1, please? Your question was, what requirements were used for the original design of the road? You say, I suspect the 1999 edition of the Transportation Association of Canada TAC Geometric Design Guide for Canadian Roads, which also references AASHTO requirements from time to time. No UK standards would have been used. What did you base your answer or your comment that no UK standards would have been used for the original design of the road on?
So that's based on my experience working in the industry with the TAC manual, designing roads and road safety for nearly 20 years. And also writing contract documents myself. I've never seen a UK standard used ever.
Okay. Did you take any research or did you do any research or take any steps to learn more about the UK standards or any UK standards before you prepared this question or the answer, I suppose?
No, that's based on my experience.
Okay. Thank you, Registrar. Can we close this call out down and open up question number 4 and the answer below question number 4? So this question says, a number of friction tests were done on the Red Hill asphalt MTO city at different times. Were these tests referenced back to the original design values? What was your understanding or how did you know that there were a number of friction tests that had been done on the Red Hill asphalt over time?
So that was through the discussions up until this point. Again, it was all focused on friction testing being done in the past.
So that was information that staff had conveyed to you at some time prior to January 28th?
Yes.
Okay. Specifically looking at the MTO friction testing results or friction testing that had been done, what do you recall staff advising you about MTO testing?
I'm not sure if we were aware of or had discussed the MTO testing at that time. But somewhere in that time frame, we did discuss it.
Okay. There isn't, from my review, there's no reference to the MTO testing in the January 23rd legal report that Ms. Audie provided. So, but you don't have any insight of where you learned about the MTO testing or who you learned about it from?
There might have been a comment at the meeting that, oh, the MTO's also done testing. But no, I don't specifically remember.
Okay. And what was your understanding when it says a number of friction tests were done, and it says city at different times? What was your understanding of how many times the city had done for friction testing, or what the history of friction testing done by the city had been?
I would have had just a really cursory knowledge that they had done friction testing. Again, that's what's raised this whole issue.
Okay. And I suppose I should have asked you this perhaps when we were talking about that January 23rd meeting, but do you recall if you made any notes or if you were writing things down, particularly if you gave the legal report back? Like, how were you remembering sort of the things that were discussed at the meeting? Did they just stick in your mind, or?
I do occasionally make notes. I don't believe I have notes for that meeting. So it would have just been by memory.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Registrar. Can we close this this call out down and call out the question and the answer at number 10? And your question at number 10 is tieback relevance, or your comment here, tieback relevance of coefficient of asphalt friction to the design domain concept. And I'll give you a moment to review your answer here.
Okay.
How did you develop your answer to this question? What was this based on?
So this is based on my work as a professional engineer, designing road geometry. The TAC manual is the standard for design of Canadian roadways, and it uses clear zone concept that has a number of factors that are within the design domain. So there's an envelope that each road is designed to, and most of the design values that a designer would take are based on tables. So I don't really recall friction ever, factoring into the design heavily. It on most of the design tables, there's a range of values that you can select. So you can pick, the minimum radius for a curve or the maximum radius. You can pick the minimum clear zone distance or the maximum. You can pick the minimum guide rail length, for a set design speed or number of other factors. So once you've completed your design, the roadway falls in a design envelope that is, so it's designed to function with a specific design speed under normal operating conditions. So I think that's what I'm referring to here. Friction being something that is really not that important to the geometric design.
Right, but as you say here, friction is an important factor that directly affects the safety of the road. That was your understanding?
Well, friction is baked into a lot of the factors that a designer would use. So yeah, obviously it's part of the inherent value of the material. So it is important. But in terms of the actual design, the work that a designer would do, it's baked into the values that you would choose through the manuals.
Okay. Thank you, Registrar. We can close this call out down. And if we could call out question 11 and the answer below that, and all the way to the end of the email, actually, would be great. Perfect. Thank you. So here in number 11, you say comment on safety in terms of collision data and danger of correlating asphalt friction to an increase in collisions. What information, if anything, had staff conveyed to council about the relationship or correlation between friction and friction testing results and collision rates, specifically on the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
I don't recall if staff had necessarily correlated asphalt friction to an increase in collisions. I think that was a correlation that's been made by by the public and their perception of safety on the road, and also by some counselors. That's kind of a layman's interpretation. It's an easy conclusion to jump to, that there is collisions, so there must be something wrong with the road. So I think that's my interpretation here, that in terms of the collision data, it's not necessarily related to friction, and we need to be careful in jumping to that conclusion from a technical perspective.
Okay, thank you. And, at the end of your email, you say, finally, as discussed, I think that the legal and political considerations are quite different than the technical facts and should be discussed separately if possible. What did you mean by this?
Well, I think that falls on, what we've been discussing here today, that the technical facts, talking about how the road was designed, is it safe? How does friction impact the safety? Is very different than the legal and the political considerations of a report that is under an FOI request. So I was focusing in and not having the exposure to the political considerations, being a new counselor, and also having the technical background. That was my focus, just making sure that we were doing everything as a city that we could to make sure that the road was safe. And I think that is also related to what I'm saying here, that we design as engineers for the 85th percentile. As from a technical perspective, it's really important to understand that it's not possible to design a roadway that is 100% safe for everybody. And I don't think that that's really appreciated by the general public. I mean, again, any collision or fatality is a tragedy for everybody involved. But the reality is that there's always going to be, that 15th percentile that will operate a motor vehicle in a way that it's impossible to have a road that is 100% safe for them. Somebody that's driving at 100 kilometers an hour is moving about 25 meters a second. So if they look down for 2 seconds to look at their phone, they're traveling about 50 meters. So to ask an engineer to design a road that people can just randomly close their eyes while they're driving 50 meters and make that be 100% safe is impossible. But I don't think that is necessarily shared by the political perception.
Okay. And so when you say should be discussed separately, did you mean sort of just as distinct discussions, or were you meaning like two separate meetings where one would focus on the legal and political considerations and then one would be sort of focused on the technical aspects?
No, I was meaning our discussion and how this was structured. And I mean, so not that it would be in two separate meetings, but just that we separate out, the technical safety aspects versus the legal and the political aspects, because they're two separate issues.
Okay. And where it says as discussed, was that something that you recall discussing with Mr. Zagaric prior to sending this email?
I don't recall, but that would have been likely something that we talked about, in the meeting that we had prior to this.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Registrar. We can close this call out. And in terms of, do you recall, you'll see there that Mr. Zagaric in the email response to you says, thanks, Counselor, very helpful. Staff discussed a number of distinct discussions as you suggest below. Do you recall if you received any response or additional information or answers to your questions from staff between the time you sent this email on January 28th and before the next meeting of the GIC on February 6th?
I don't believe that I did.
Okay. Thank you, Registrar. We can close this document down. And if we could call up overview document 9A, pages 378 and 379. And if we can call out paragraph 376 for now. Or sorry, 376, 876. Thank you. So you'll see here, there was a meeting with staff and Mr. Moore on January 31st, 2019. And in advance of this meeting, staff compiled a list of questions that would be asked to Mr. Moore. And you'll see here that Ms. Audie sent an email to Mr. Bogosian with that list of questions. You're not copied on this email, Councillor Danko. And you'll see here, she says, Mike Zagaric is meeting with Gary Moore tomorrow to follow up on some discussions and council questions. I've drafted a series of questions. Do you have any concerns with the meeting taking place? And if not, do you have any comments or additions to the questions? So Ms. Audie's email here references council questions. Do you have any insight into what the council questions that Ms. Audie refers to?
No.
Do you recall council raising any questions about Mr. Moore or any questions for Mr. Moore at any point between the January 23rd meeting and this email on January 30th?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Registrar. Can we close this call out down? And you'll see Councillor Danko in paragraph 878. Ms. Audie sent the same document, the same list of questions to Mr. Zagaric as well. And Registrar, perhaps it's a bit small on my end if we could call up paragraph 878. In the second paragraph there, it says, I would not get into the technical questions that Councillor Danko suggests at this point, but those may be good to put to Seema/Brian Malone. When you sent your questions to Mr. Zagaric, I know you said that they were questions for staff at a future meeting. Did you anticipate that those questions would be for Mr. Moore or staff more generally?
No, those were just questions that had arise to me that I was posing to staff. I wasn't aware or had no intention of how staff would then take that away and follow up.
Okay. And that included follow-up either with Mr. Moore or Seema or Brian Malone, as Ms. Audie suggests here?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Registrar, we can close that out. And if we could go to pages 349 and 350 of this overview document. Thank you. And can we call out paragraph 826, which is on both pages? Thank you. So, Councillor Danko, I hope you can see this. I know the underlining makes it a little challenging to read. So this is an email exchange between Mayor Eisenberger and Mr. Zagaric on January 28th. So it's the same day that you sent your email to Mr. Zagaric. And in Mr. Zagaric's response, which is starts the second paragraph, he talks about a meeting that he had with Councillors Marula, Collins, and Jackson on Friday, which would have been January 25th. And the councillors suggested that the three reports that staff were expecting to bring to the February 4 Public Works Standing Committee be pulled together, to be brought to a special GIC for potential in-camera discussion. Were you aware that Mr. Zagaric met with this subset of councillors in addition to the meeting he recalls attending with you?
No.
And it appears from Mr. Zagaric's email that there was discussion with these three councillors about bringing the reports to a special GIC. Did you have any discussion with your council colleagues or with others on council about the appropriate forum or timing for these reports to be brought back to council?
No, but as we stated earlier, it wouldn't be unusual for an issue that has ramifications for all of council to go to a GIC rather than a special standing committee or a standing committee.
Right. And that's because all counselors are part of GIC, whereas not all counselors are part of Public Works.
Correct.
Okay. And do you recall if there was any discussion in your meeting with staff about where the reports should be brought or what the timing of bringing the reports?
No, and this time frame is like a month into my my tenure as counselor, so I was really new to procedures. So that wouldn't be something that I would have ever brought up.
Fair enough. And you'll see Mr. Zagarik's email says in the last sentence of that larger paragraph says, we also discussed the following as to how to proceed. The counselors discussed a public motion directing the work below. And then there are 3 items listed. The first, employee considerations, council relationship with director/public/media. Number 2, technical/engineering safety. And 3, communication plan with external support. Were these topics that you had discussed at your meeting with staff?
No.
Leaving aside that meeting, do you have any recollection of participating in any meetings or any conversations in which the work described in Mr. Zagarik's email was discussed?
No.
Did you have any knowledge or insight into this potential work that staff were considering in late January 2019?
Sorry, could you just repeat that real quick?
Sure. Did you have any knowledge or insight into this potential work that your council colleagues were discussing with staff at this time?
No.
Okay. Do these look like to you based on your recollection of that January 23rd meeting, appreciating that you don't have a very specific recollection? Do these look like things that were discussed at the meeting?
There are likely general themes that were discussed at the meeting, but I think this is more specific than the discussion that I recall.
Okay. Thank you, Registrar. We can close this document. And Commissioner, I see I've taken us 1 minute past our usual morning break. It's 11:01, and I'm about to move on to another topic.
I was just going to ask if I can go get another coffee.
You can. I think I'll get one myself. We'll adjourn until 11:15.
Thank you. And Registrar, if you could put council into an all council breakout room.
That's 11:50.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. May I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Registrar, if we could call up HAM 62635. So Councillor Danko, we're going to turn now to the GIC meeting on February 6th. So these are the closed session minutes from the February 6th GIC. And you'll see it says that on the page on the right-hand side, it says time in 4:18 p.m., time out 10:06 p.m. So this wasn't the session that ran into the early morning, but it was, you were in closed session for 6 hours. And you are listed there as one of the counselors that was present at this meeting. So generally, you told us before that you can't specifically recall what was discussed at each meeting necessarily, but casting your mind back to this meeting, where there was an update from audit, there was an update from legal, and also from public works. What do you recall about this meeting on February 6th?
I believe this is the meeting where we got into more details about specifically what was in the reports, what that meant, how that's been interpreted by staff, and what the legal repercussions might be.
Okay. So you recall that there was more details provided at this meeting on February 6th than what you had received on January 23rd.
Yes, my recollection is the January 23rd meeting was kind of the introduction that there's this report and here's some general information. And then this was the follow-up that really had the bulk of the discussion.
Okay. In terms of the tone of this meeting compared to the January 23rd meeting, do you recall what the tone was at February 6th and if and how it differed from the tone at January 23?
I not in particular, again, remember them all kind of as a group, but they were all, fairly intense.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
It was a very serious issue with a number of, that have affected individual counselors and staff. So it was, very serious discussions.
Okay. When you say it affected individual counselors and staff, what do you mean by that? I'm just not sure I follow.
So again, earlier we talked about, the difference between the technical discussion and the legal and political discussion. So I'm referring, to the political side of it.
Okay. And how do you recall your council colleagues reacting to the information and the greater detail provided by staff at this meeting? Sort of if you could give that answer in reference to how you reacted as well.
Well, again, not specifically recalling it as this meeting, but there was obviously quite a bit of animosity and concern from various counselors about, how this would impact the public perception of council as a whole and also the reputation of the city.
Okay. When Mayor Eisenberger testified, he described the tone as there being frustration and anger and disappointment. Do you recall that?
Among some counselors, yes.
Okay. Were those the longstanding counselors that you talked about earlier?
Yes, those counselors that would have had, direct involvement with the approval, the construction, and a specific interest in Red Hill. Okay.
And was there any frustration or anger or disappointment on your part?
I was surprised and somewhat disappointed with some of the attitudes from counselors that seemed more concerned about the reputation of council than actually addressing the problems or if there were problems with the road itself and making sure that as a city we were protected from litigation. So I was a little bit frustrated that it for some counselors it seemed more personal.
Okay. So before we talked about the two lenses, I understand your answer as saying perhaps some of your council colleagues were focused on the public perception, whereas you were focused on the more technical is the road safe, or are there issues that we need to be addressing? And your frustration was sort of the disconnect between the lens that your colleagues were focused on and what you were focused on. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Registrar, we can close this document out. And if we can call up HAM 62132. I know these are handwritten notes that Mr. McGuire prepared at the GIC meeting. And there's a reference about 2/3 of the way down the page. Registrar, if we could call that out, it says JP Danko, and then there's an arrow. It says newest SEMA report, field friction relevance. Are you able to shed any light on what you said that led to this note, or what you interpret this note to mean, recognizing it's Mr. McGuire's note, not yours?
I believe some of the discussion and my concern at the time was that council was going to request additional current field friction testing. So I was trying to, in some of the questions I asked, make sure that, everybody understood the consequences that could happen if we were to do that. And that didn't end up being a direction that was taken.
When you say the consequences that could happen, what do you mean by that?
Well, the risk is when you're doing a test that has no standard, you are then responsible for the results of that test. But if there's no standard, there's also no approved treatment. So there's a huge risk that if we were to do current testing and we found, that there was, a friction value that was marginal, or as was already discovered, that was inconclusive, then there would be a responsibility to, in response to a safety concern, then there would be a responsible to do something about it. And there's no action that we could take, to rectify that situation. So there would be a huge liability risk for us to do that.
Okay. And so your understanding at this point in time is that, or at the time of this meeting in February 2019, was that there was no friction standard in Ontario?
There is no friction standard in Ontario.
Okay. We looked before at the technical questions that you emailed to Mr. Zagaric. Do you recall if you asked those questions to staff at the meeting?
Not specifically. I might have asked something along the lines of, but I don't believe that I went through the list and asked those, specific questions, because other counselors might have asked them, or it might not have been relevant to the discussion.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Registrar. We can close this document down and call up the slides from the in-council or the in-camera presentation. So that's HAM 61920. And if we could call up images 1 and 2. So Councillor Danko, this is the slide presentation that staff presented. And you'll see here on the right-hand side, there's 4 presenters listed. Mr. McKinnon for the timeline and technical concerns, Mr. Brown for the roads audit update, Ms. Audie for the legal considerations, and Mr. Hertel for the communication strategy. Do you recall receiving the presentations from public works staff, audit, legal, and communications?
Yes.
Registrar, if we could go to image 4 of this document. So this is from Mr. McKinnon's section of the presentation. And his slides indicate that the presentation included a reconstructed timeline by theme, and there are 7 themes listed here. And then below that, there's assessment and recommendations from SEMA. Do you recall receiving information about the themes that are listed here?
Yes.
And we talked before about the technical aspects of the discussion, and that you wanted there to be sort of distinction between the technical aspects of the discussion and the legal aspects of the discussion. Is that your recollection of what did end up happening on February 6th, that there was distinct discussions?
I don't recall specifically, but in the presentation, they are broken up into separate sections.
And this would have been the first time that you received sort of that technical background and briefing on the technical aspects of this issue?
Yes.
Two of the themes that are listed here are council reports and directions and safety upgrades.
Mhm.
We know that there were also a number of, I think it was 3 public works reports that were given to council at this meeting. Do you recall if this meeting was the first time that you learned about the various studies that council had directed in relation to the Red Hill Valley Parkway beginning sort of January 2013?
Yes.
Okay, so this would have been your first, you were sort of being caught up on the work that had been done over the 6 years prior?
Yep.
And what were your views on the safety of the Red Hill Valley Parkway as a result of receiving information about the work that had been done to date on the road, and also the information in the trade wind report about the friction values on the road?
I had no concerns whatsoever with the safety of the road, and looking at the work that had been done through our staff, I had full confidence that anything that needed to be updated over time, as there is always ongoing work on roadways, as they change their use, they change driver behavior over time. So I was fully confident that anything that needed to be done had been done.
Okay. And did you have any concerns in relation to the friction levels on the road, recognizing that report had only come to staff's attention in 2018?
I had none whatsoever.
Register, if we can call up, go to image 17 of this document. So this is part of Mr. Still and Mr. McKinnon's sections of the slides. And it says reconstruct a timeline, recent staff action. And in the top box there, August, September 2018, Gord McGuire becomes aware of an email leading to the 2013 RHVP evaluation report from Golders with attached 2013 trade wind report on friction testing. And then there's 2 other bullets there. Do you recall if at this meeting there was any additional information provided to council about how Mr. McGuire became aware of the trade wind report, or where he learned about it? This is a fairly high level summary.
There may have been questions again, but the level of the answer that I received at some point, in those meetings, was just that Mr. McGuire was moving into his role. He was reviewing documents that he needed, and it was located on an electronic device somewhere.
Okay. And so there's reference to Mr. McGuire notifying Mr. McKinnon about the testing results, and that as a result, they made a decision to stop pursuing the hot in place recycling technology.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall if there was any other information that council received or asked about in terms of what had been done by staff between August or September 2018 and the time it was ultimately brought to council? Or what steps staff had taken in that intervening 6 months?
Do you mean in relation to resurfacing, or do you mean in relation to safety upgrades?
Safety upgrades.
I don't recall specifically if there was anything done in that time frame, but I know there was ongoing review and safety upgrades for the whole period of time that the Red Hill Valley Parkway has been open.
Okay. And anything in relation to any work that they had done in understanding or interpreting the results of the trade wind report, or seeking any second opinions, anything like that?
Well, again, I believe there is some discussion with SEMA that was, I can't remember exactly when they were brought in, but they did offer an opinion, a review of their past work, and then an update.
Okay. Yeah, we'll come to that report. Did you have any concerns? It says that Mr. McGuire became aware of the email and the trade wind report in August or September 2018. And we know that, as we've talked about, there was the initial sort of heads up meeting on January 23rd, and then this meeting on February 6th. Did you have any concerns or any views on the time it took staff to ultimately come to council with this information?
I didn't have any specific concerns, but as an elected official, I do have an overall concern about the perception of the city and council as a whole as an effective governing body. So that was the extent of my concerns, is just that, from a perception standpoint, from a public perception standpoint, it wasn't ideal to sit on that report for that long. Nothing as it relates to safety.
Okay. And when you say to sit on that report for that long, do you mean between when it was received in 2014, or do you mean between when staff ultimately found it or located it and then brought it forward to council?
I mean, just the fact that it was received in 2014 and perhaps misfiled or not kept in a place that would have been as obvious as perhaps it should have been.
Registrar, can we call up image 8 of these slides? And also on the other page, call up HAM 12843. So you'll see here on the left, there's a slide summarizing the trade wind report and the friction testing. And then on the right side, we've got the actual trade wind report. So I take it the trade wind report is familiar to you. You've seen it before.
Yes.
Okay. And we've touched on this a little bit before. Do you recall if you had the trade wind report by the time you got to this February 6th meeting?
I believe so.
Okay. And so you'll see here that there's a summary on the left-hand side of the trade wind testing and the findings of the trade wind report. And it says friction averages on the left side. It says the second bullet down says friction averages measured on the RHVP were, quote, below or well below the same UK investigatory level, and recommended that a more detailed investigation be conducted and possible remedial action be considered to enhance the surface texture and friction characteristics. Do you recall receiving that information from staff at the meeting on February 6th?
Yes.
Okay. Registrar, can we go to image 12 of HAM 12843? Oh, image 13, sorry. So this is the actual conclusions and recommendations section of the trade wind report. And it has a little bit more detailed information about the findings and recommendations from trade wind. So Registrar, perhaps we can call it the second paragraph there. Thanks. So you'll see says it should be noted, this is towards the middle of this call out, it should be noted that in addition to the overall low average grip number levels on this facility, there are some localized sections with quite low friction values reaching 27 to 30 in several areas. Do you recall if you received information that there were localized sections with quite low friction values? Was that something that staff communicated?
I believe that was part of the general discussion, yeah.
Okay. Did you have any concerns about there being sections of the Red Hill Valley Parkway with quite low friction values?
No, because as I stated, this entire investigation is essentially irrelevant because there is no standard. So I don't know what they're referring to as low values based on something that's not an acceptable standard in Ontario.
Did you have any concerns? There's in the trade wind report, there's discussion about the different friction values or different friction levels between the Red Hill Valley Parkway and the link. Did you have any concerns in relation to the different levels on the two facilities?
No, because the friction levels that you would choose as a designer are based on, is it asphalt? Is it concrete? Is it a gravel roadway? And they're already, as we discussed earlier, incorporated into the design values that you would choose. So if there was an immediate safety standard, the consultant would recommend immediate action to be taken to repave those areas, which they did not. This, to me, working in consulting for, again, nearly 20 years, this would be a standard reply that a consultant would give when they have an inconclusive conclusion. So you're always going to recommend further evaluation if you're not really sure, because that's basically covers you. For example, if there's a $25 million investigation after the fact, because you can always say, well, I did recommend additional investigation.
Okay. I don't see Tradewind as saying that their findings, that they had an inconclusive conclusion, but that was how you interpreted their report, their findings?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. We can close that down. Registrar, if we can call up HAM 61922 at images 1 and 2. So this is the legal services report that was presented to council at the GIC on February 6th. What do you recall about Ms. Audie's section of the presentation?
There was general discussion about the ongoing lawsuits that are filed against the city, the ongoing litigation, and what the implications might be if we unilaterally released documentation instead of it being required to be released through the FOI process.
Register, can we call up image 3 of this document? Thank you. So you'll see here, can we actually call out the entire analysis and rationale for recommendation section? Make it a little easier for all of us to read. Thank you. So this is the analysis and rationale for recommendation section of Ms. Audie's report. And in the second paragraph, describes the various SEMA reports over time and says the focus of recommendations has been on changing driver behavior that is believed to be a major source of ongoing collision rates. At this meeting, at this time, recognizing that you were receiving information about the SEMA studies and the work done on the Red Hill over time at this meeting, what was your understanding about the sources or contributing factors to collisions on the Red Hill?
My understanding is the majority of the collisions involved excessive speeding, distracted driving, or impaired driving. So that would be driver behavior.
Do you recall if staff advised or conveyed any information about the role of friction levels on the Red Hill Valley Parkway to collisions, the collision rate?
No.
Were you aware or told about a high proportion of wet weather collisions on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Yes, I believe there was some of the collision statistics that did indicate in specific locations there was a higher than usual proportion of wet weather collisions.
Okay. So you were aware of that, but no connection in your mind between the friction levels and the higher proportion of wet weather collisions?
No, because as discussed earlier, the roadway is designed within the design domain within a performance envelope. So in wet weather, the roadway is by definition less forgiving. So it's understandable that there would be higher collisions in wet weather.
We may have touched on this before, but you'll see in the first paragraph, there's it talks about the release of the Tradewind report through the FOI and how that might lead to media coverage. And then it says expected media coverage would affect the city's interest in road safety / injury prevention. And then there's some content that's been redacted for privilege. And so obviously without getting into the privileged information, what do you recall about the explanation that staff gave for why media coverage might affect the city's interest in road safety and injury prevention? Like, what was the connection there?
I believe it was because we were doing ongoing, safety improvements that there's a risk that the public and therefore, through the litigation would link that to a perception that there is a safety issue, when in fact we are just making, ongoing improvements as recommended by our consultants.
So the concern was more about the perception of road safety as opposed to the actual road safety.
I think the concern was about how the perception would be reported in the media, and then that would be used as part of the litigation against the city.
Okay. And you'll see in the bottom there's the 3 questions list. It says, in order to advise council regarding the impact of these earlier friction testing results being considered inconclusive and not being shared more broadly, SEMA was provided 2013 and 2017 friction testing reports and was asked the following 3 questions. Mm-hmm. And then the questions are listed below. And I'll take you to SEMA's report in a moment, but just looking at these 3 questions here, what role, if any, did council have in identifying or setting out the questions that were given to SEMA?
I'm not sure if council had any role in that, or if that was staff that posed those questions to SEMA. I don't recall.
Okay. Registrar, can we call up HAM 12842? Perfect, thank you. So this is SEMA's memo that council received on February 4th, and you'll see only 2 of the 3 questions are on this page, but they did provide answers to all 3 questions. And do you recall at the time you reviewed SEMA's memo, what your understanding was of what SEMA's findings and recommendations about the 2014 Golder and Tradewind reports were?
So my understanding is that when SEMA wrote their earlier safety reports, that they didn't have access to the Tradewind findings. So when they went back and reviewed, I think there was some minor updates that they recommended, but essentially that the roadway was safe as it was operating at the time.
So I take it then that finding, that conclusion by SEMA provided you some comfort with respect to safety of the road?
Well, it further confirmed. I mean, we already knew at that point that the road was safe, but this just adds additional confirmation.
Okay. And how did you already know that the road was safe?
If it wasn't safe, our staff would have taken immediate action.
Okay. And do you recall staff providing some sort of confirmation or update, sort of leaving aside SEMA's memo, that the road was safe? Was that an assurance that staff provided?
I don't recall staff said it, in that, as succinctly as that, but that's certainly my impression, that staff were, had no concerns about the safety, beyond what was recommended by the consultants to ongoing improvements over the lifespan of the road. Okay.
And Registrar, we can close this document down. And one of the motions, I'm happy to take you to it if you'd like, but we know that one of the motions that followed the closed session was a reduction of the speed limit on a portion of the RHVP. And at that time, it was the Green Hill interchange to the QEW. Is that, you're nodding. I take it that's familiar to you. You remember that recommendation?
Yes.
And I understand now that the speed limit has actually been changed across the entire Red Hill Valley Parkway to 80 kilometers.
Yes.
Okay. At the time, back in February 2019, what rationale did staff provide for the reduced speed just for that section of the Red Hill?
The discussion was on the influence of speed on safety, and that, again, driver behavior, primarily speed, is by far the biggest factor in roadway safety. In particular, the Red Hill Expressway is bordered on both ends by a 400 series highway, which is, 100 and actually now it's 110, but was 100 kilometer an hour design operating speed. So which would have been designed to a much higher design speed than the Red Hill Parkway, but the perception of drivers coming onto Red Hill would be similar to what they experience on a 400 series highway, which therefore encourages higher rates of speed. So that was part of my understanding anyway of the recommendations of why it was necessary to particularly lower that to 80 to have a bigger differentiation between the 400 series highway and Red Hill, which is not a 400 series highway and was never designed to those standards.
Notwithstanding that only at that time, only a portion of the Red Hill was reduced?
Correct.
Okay. And so in your mind, was the speed limit reduction an important component or step in order to address any concerns on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
So my understanding is the collision history is directly related to ongoing excessive speeding. Therefore, reducing the speed limit at areas where we had indication of a collision history would be the most appropriate course of action.
Okay. So you understood that speeding was a primary, if not the primary factor contributing to collisions?
Yes.
Okay. Register, if we can call up HAM 61920 at image 44. Do you need me to repeat the doc ID register? Oh, awesome. Thank you. And on the other side, could we call up HAM 12841? Okay. So this is on the left-hand side, that's a slide from the staff presentation. It talks about the recommended communication strategy. Says that media release and fact sheet, staff were proposing or recommending that be issued immediately following the February 13th council meeting. So that would have been the council meeting that followed the GIC a week later. Mm-hmm. But as we know from the press release that we see on the right-hand side that was sent out in the evening on February 6th, that ultimately the press release did happen after the GIC, and that it was also read aloud by Mr. Zagaric at the reopening of the public session. What happened at the meeting, to your recollection, that led to the press release being put out a week before staff's recommendation?
At the time, there was intense media scrutiny over the Red Hill Parkway, the report, what information the city had released, what we haven't released. And it was council's desire to release what we could right away, because we were at the time we were meeting in closed session for a number of hours. So we knew that as soon as we came out of closed session, there would immediately be questions about what you were talking about. And we felt that by delaying the release, it would just feed into that perception that we weren't being as transparent as we could be.
Okay. And you'll see in the press release, it starts with saying, on behalf of the city of Hamilton, staff apologize to council and the general public for how this matter has come to their attention. Do you have any understanding or insight into how that apology came to be included in the press release?
My recollection was that the acting city manager was ordered to apologize to council.
Do you recall who ordered the acting city manager to apologize?
That was by council.
By council. And from your perspective, why did council want an apology, or why did council direct an apology?
So again, there was intense media scrutiny over the actions that the city had taken, what council's role was. And I believe this was an attempt by some on council in order to, again, we talked about the difference between the technical aspects and the political perception. This was an attempt by some on council to distance themselves from the political perception. Okay.
And so aside from the direction or the order to include that apology. Was there any role that counselors had in preparing or drafting any of the text that was included in the press release, which I understand was something that staff put together during a break?
Yes, there was discussion in camera of what specifically would be included in the press release and some of the wording.
Okay. Did you have any role?
I don't recall.
Okay. And Registrar, we can close out the document on the left. And if we could call up images, both images of HAM 12841. Perfect. So there are a number of references to speeding in the press release, which suggests to me that speeding was an important part of the messaging to the public. Is that fair?
Yes.
And that was, I think, based on what we talked about earlier, that was consistent with your understanding of the contributing factors to collisions on the Red Hill?
Yes.
Okay. And we know that the Tradewind report and the SEMA February 4 memo that we looked at before were also released as appendices to this press release. How did that come to be? Was that at council's direction?
I don't recall specifically, but I know there was a desire to release as much documentation as we can to make sure that, again, the perception was that we were being as transparent as we could be.
Okay. Okay, Registrar, we can close this document down. And Councillor Danko, we talked before about when we were looking at the friction or the Tradewind report. You spoke about some of your concerns in relation to liability for doing additional friction testing. How do you square your concerns about liability if further testing was done with the idea that the Tradewind report was sort of irrelevant without an Ontario standard?
My understanding is that the initial friction testing was only done for information purposes because we were using an asphalt mix design that was new. It was, still kind of under review. So there was a long-term interest in the performance of that mix for information purposes. And I think that's very different than what you expect or how a road to perform as what's required under the design warrants. So my concern by doing current friction, we don't test materials after the fact. So all the testing is done when it's being installed. So if you know that the asphalt when it was installed met the QC requirements, there's no reason to go back in after the fact. Like, for example, for concrete, we don't go back into a building after the fact and take cores and then, test those. We don't go back in and do geotechnical after the fact. And it's the same for any materials, and in particular, in this case, asphalt. So, my concern is trying to apply standards that don't apply in Ontario to a material that's already been in the field for 15 years is not a good practice. And like I said, it would open us to potential litigation, which is unnecessary.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Registrar, can we call up HAM 64331? Thank you. So, Councillor Danko, this is a legal opinion that was prepared by David Bogosian, who is the city's external legal counsel on this issue. And you'll see it was sent to Miss Audie, the city solicitor. So this is the February 4th version. There was also an earlier draft dated December 13th. Registrar, can we go to image 8 of this document? And if we could call out the paragraph that starts with "when asked to rank" and the bullets below. So this is, the opinion includes a reference to a conversation that Mr. Bogosian had with Brian Malone of SEMA in December 2018. So 2 months before the issue was brought before council. And you'll see here that there's a ranking to the contributing factors to the wet road crashes on the Red Hill, Mr. Malone's ranking. Do you recall if staff or anyone advised you or councillors that Mr. Malone had provided these comments and this ranking of the contributions to the wet road crashes?
I believe the discussion was that, although he did provide it in this format as a ranking, again, from a technical design perspective, you have to consider all the factors together. That it's impossible to separate them out and say, well, because of friction or because of other factors, they have to be all taken into consideration as part of the design envelope.
Okay. But were you advised or aware that Mr. Malone had ranked slipperiness of the road surface as the greatest contributor to the inordinate number of wet road crashes on the Red Hill?
I believe this was part of either the discussion or the presentation, but I don't believe it was presented as being, the most important factor.
Okay. Thank you, Registrar. We can close this document out. And if we could go to overview document 10A, images 82 and 83. Thank you. So at the council meeting that started on February 13th, and this was the late night, early morning meeting that ran into February 14th, there was a direction from council to staff to release 2 additional reports related to the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Mm-hmm. And so, Registrar, perhaps we can, straining my eyes a bit to see it's the 3rd and 4th paragraph in the smaller text underneath in paragraph 203. Starts with the first report and the second report. Thank you. So these paragraphs describe the 2 reports, which were the 2018 roadside safety assessment that SEMA did and the 2015 SEMA report, safety study done in 2015. Mm-hmm. Do you recall what the discussion was or what led council to release these additional reports on February 13th?
I believe we're, again, trying to make sure that all relevant information was available publicly, as this was at the time, an issue of intense public scrutiny. And those SEMA reports in particular were important just to show that there's been ongoing safety improvements that have been made over the years.
And was there any explanation or did staff provide any information about why these documents weren't provided to council or recommended for release on February 6th, week prior?
Well, I mean, why they weren't provided to council specifically, again, we receive we, the city, receives thousands of consulting reports that that have to do with all kinds of different issues. So it wouldn't be standard practice that council would review highly technical reports of this nature. But in the context of the overall discussion about the safety of the Red Hill, obviously they're quite relevant.
Okay. Thank you, Registrar. We can close this document down, or this call out down. And if we could go to images 96 and 97. So you'll see in paragraph 235, there was a motion circulated by Councillor Marula on February 13th. And so that was in advance of the council meeting. And you replied in the same day. In paragraph 236, your response is excerpted. Mm-hmm. And Registrar, if we could call out the 2nd and 3rd paragraphs that are on page 97. So you say here, with respect to RHVP, I think we already have a good idea of the failures involved. Severe mistakes were made and they will be revealed. And then you provide some additional information about the question being how to make sure the public is satisfied that any investigation undertaken is independent and thorough. In terms of the first sentence there, what did you mean by the failures involved and the mistakes that had been made?
So at the time, I believe we were in discussions of what investigation we were going to do, whether that was an internal audit or an independent judicial inquiry. And my experience with the Burgoyne Bridge investigation was basically that, it was a process that really affected the region of Niagara and all their staff in an extremely negative way over what at the end of the inquiry or the investigations was that nothing was actually done wrong. So that was my concern here, that we enter into a process that, really questions the city's integrity and our ability to make sure that we're operating in a, above board way. And then all the focus is on the investigation. And then once the final recommendations are made, everybody, forgets about it. So in my answers there, I think this is a bit of hyperbole on my part. I didn't, particularly agree at the time that there was mistakes made or failures or, what happened. Quite the opposite, actually. But I was appealing to some of those councillors who did share those views in relevance to my concerns about launching into, a very expensive and lengthy investigation after the fact.
Okay. Just one moment. Registrar, we can close that document out. Just one moment. Commissioner, those are all my questions for Councillor Danko.
Okay. Do any of the other council, other council for the participants have questions for Mr. Danko?
I understand that that Council for Golder does not have any questions, and that Council for the MTO might have some brief questions.
Mr. Bourrier?
I have a few questions. May I proceed, Commissioner?
Okay. Yes, please proceed.
Hello, Mr. Danko. I'm counsel for the MTO. I have a couple follow-up questions for you regarding the evidence you gave this morning on an email exchange that you had with Mike Zagaric, dated January 28th, 2019. Mr. Registrar, can we please call up HAM 54317, please? And Mr. Danko, the questions I have are regarding question number 4 in your email, where you say that a number of friction tests were done on the Red Hill asphalt, and then you have in brackets MTO, comma, city at different times. What MTO friction test are you referring to in this email?
So my understanding is that the MTO had done independent friction testing back at the beginning, after construction at some point in there, in the first few years after the road was built, and the purpose of that was to gain information about the performance of the surface mix that was used on the Parkway.
And do you remember who told you about this initial testing by MTO?
No, I don't.
Do you remember when you learned about the testing? What date or what time frame?
No. In the time frame of this entire discussion, obviously.
Right. So the email is dated January 28th. Is it fair to assume it's around then, or did you think it was long before January that you learned about that?
No, it was in that period between January 23rd and mid February.
Got it. And
or prior to this email, obviously.
Right, prior to the email. And I think you said this morning that you don't remember discussing the MTO test results with anyone. Do I have that correct?
Not what the specific results of the tests were, just that they had been done and the purpose of them.
Got it. Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Ms. Talebi, does the city have any questions?
We don't have any questions for Councillor Danko. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay. Ms. Hendry, I assume you have no further questions?
That's correct. No further questions.
Okay, Mr. Danko, thank you very much for appearing today. We appreciate your testimony.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And you're excused, and I think the rest of us, we stand adjourned until the next witness, who is not available, I understand, until 2:30. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's my understanding.
So we'll stand adjourned until 2:30.
Thank you. And perhaps, Registrar, if we could get put into an all council breakout room.
Ms. Bruckner. I'm having trouble hearing Ms. Bruckner. Is everyone else having the same?
Can you hear me now?
I can now, yes.
Perfect. Apologies. Good afternoon. Our second witness today is Councillor Tom Jackson, who has yet to be sworn.
Good afternoon, Mr. Jackson. I'm going to have you affirm your evidence today, so please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, before God.
Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please do.
Thank you for joining us today, Councillor Jackson. I'm going to start off with a couple of questions about your background. Could you tell me a bit about your educational history?
Could I just be clear who I'm speaking to, please?
Yep. Haley Bruckner.
Oh, thank you, Council Bruckner. Thank you. Nice to meet you virtually.
You too.
So a little bit about my background. Fortunate enough to be born and raised here in Hamilton, of Armenian ancestry. Both parents and grandparents were fortunate to leave escape the genocide of 1915, came to this great country of Canada, and I was schooled here and graduate of McMaster University with a 4-year degree in what else? Political science and Russian language as a minor, and formerly worked at Stelco in the production planning department after graduating from university, and owned 2 Second Cup stores, Lime Ridge Mall, James Street South, and for the last 30 plus years have been an honored and privileged member of City Council.
It's my understanding that you've been the councillor for Ward 6 since 1989. Is that right?
That was the first full year elected in November of 1988. Okay. That's correct.
Can you tell me a little bit about Ward 6? Where is it located?
Well, Council, if you haven't been up to Ward 6, happy to tell you, yes, the geographic area coming down from Mountain Brow Boulevard and Concession Street along the escarpment, you come southwards on Upper Gage. It does a zigzag along the link westward to Upper Sherman, and then you go southward on Upper Sherman to Rymel Road, another zigzag from Rymel eastward over to Miles, and then Miles Road south to the hydro corridors. So everything on that zigzag line, everything eastward of that towards Albion Falls and the Upper Red Hill Valley Parkway is the East Mountain Ward 6, approximately 38 to 40,000 people.
So then, and I'm going to repeat a bit what you just said, but it's my understanding that Ward 6 includes the portion of the Upper Red Hill Valley Parkway specifically?
It does, yes, correct.
During your time on council, did you take a particular interest in the Red Hill Valley Parkway due to its proximity to your ward?
Actually, I've been an extremely consistent, strong, vocal supporter of building both the Red Hill Valley Parkway Council as well as the Lincoln Alexander Parkway as well. But a third of the Lincoln Alexander Parkway abuts my ward, and the top portion of the Red Hill Valley Parkway is in my ward around the Dartnall, Mud Street, Stone Church interchanges. But mostly I'm a very strong supporter, just in theory, in getting both the Red Hill and the link built for many, many reasons to benefit our community.
Okay, and when you say building the Red Hill, are you referring to the 2007 construction and the talks leading up to that? I know there were also subsequent discussions about expanding the roadway, and I just want to clarify which one, or if you're referencing both.
Oh, no, just the opening of the Red Hill Valley Parkway in 2007. And of course, the link was opened 10 years earlier in 97. So referencing of finally, if you will, getting the Red Hill Valley Parkway opened in 07.
Okay. It's my understanding that you were a member of the Public Works Committee from about 2004. Is that correct?
Yes, the Standing Committee of Council, Public Works, correct.
Okay. Are you still on the Public Works Committee?
I am, as this term of council is ending, correct.
Did you volunteer to join the Public Works Committee?
Oh, yes, yes. We all get a chance to, members of council after every election, to put our names forward on whatever particular standing committees we wish to serve on.
Okay. Why did you want to serve on the Public Works Committee?
A lot of interesting areas of public works for me and my constituents in advocating and doing whatever I can to enhance the life for my constituents of the East Mountain. A lot of it flows through public works, various departments, parks, cemeteries, forestry, roads, sidewalks, HSR. So a lot of different Hamilton Water, a lot of different divisions, if you will, report up through Public Works. Very important department and very important committee.
And so this may be going back a bit in time to your interest in the construction of the Red Hill, but it's my understanding that you were also a member of the Parkway Implementation Committee for the Red Hill. Do I have that right?
That is, yes, that was a little subcommittee of the Public Works Committee, correct.
Are you able to tell me a little bit about what the purpose and function of the Parkway Implementation Committee was?
So that was formed after the Red Hill Valley Parkway was open, because there was primarily the wards 4, 5, and 6 councillors. The 3 of us were on it. And it was primarily to assist the wards 4 and 5 councillors, particularly with their constituents and residents, Council Bruckner, who were abutting the new road that was being constructed and built, in terms of noise, dust, issues such as that would immediately be impacting them during the construction period and leading up to the opening in 2007. So that Parkway Implementation Subcommittee was formed to deal with more, I'd say, the nuisance stuff affecting quality of life from a day-to-day and weekly standpoint. But our subcommittee reported up through Public Works Standing Committee and ultimately to City Council.
Okay. Registrar, could you please pull up HAM 32478? So Councillor Jackson, I'm going to be pulling up some documents for you to take a look at. To the extent that you need me to zoom in on something, or you need a further chance to review something before you answer a question, just let me know and we can assist with that.
Okay.
Registrar, can I ask you to pull out the paragraph under paving on the first page? And if you could just move the call out down so we can still see the information at the top of the information update, the to and from at the very top of image 1. Thank you. So Councillor Jackson, this is
Yes.
an information update to the Mayor and City Council, which is sent by Chris Murray, who was at that point in time. So this is June 5th, 2007.
Oh, yes.
The acting director of the Red Hill Valley Parkway project.
Yes, this would have been about 6 months before it was open in the fall of 2007. Yes, sorry, go ahead.
That's absolutely fine. Do you remember receiving this information update?
I don't remember receiving the information update, but if it came to Public Works, or I don't remember receiving it, but if it came to Public Works and was on the record, then it was definitely them before us.
So there's a section in this information update specific to the paving of the Red Hill Valley Parkway. And it says, in late May, paving work on the main line of the Parkway commenced. Currently, this work is being carried out on the southbound lanes. The interesting fact about the paving work is that it involves using perpetual pavement, which Hamilton is the first municipality in Canada to use. Perpetual pavement is a richer, stronger asphalt mix that is designed to last indefinitely and eliminates bottom-up cracking problems that would require a total reconstruction of a road bed experienced in other parts of the city. And it goes on to say perpetual pavement can withstand traffic loads of up to 100,000 vehicles per day, only costs less than 1% of the total Red Hill budget, and is expected to save the city 1.6 million in maintenance costs over the next 50 years. And then the last point there is as well, the asphalt, the surface asphalt will be stone mastic asphalt that will improve skid resistance and lower noise generation. And then there's a point about the timing of the paving there. Did you understand at the time of the Red Hill Valley Parkway construction that the perpetual pavement and SMA would be used on the Red Hill, and that this was kind of an innovative approach being used by the city?
Could I put, if I could put it in my own words,
Yeah,
I don't
absolutely.
remember the perpetual pavement term. I don't remember the stone mastic asphalt term, but I'll put it in my own terms. What I do recall, Council Bruckner, is that the latest, greatest asphalt approved by the MTO was going to be used on building and constructing our Red Hill Valley Parkway.
And so that term that you just used, the latest, greatest, is that effectively what you were told or what you understood staff to be?
That was that was my editorial comment from basically what I heard about how and what was going to be used to build the Red Hill Valley Parkway. I just remember that it was some novel asphalt, and it was the latest, greatest, my own words, latest, greatest asphalt to build the road.
Was the pavement structure and asphalt type used on the Red Hill Valley Parkway a decision that was within the responsibility and authority of city staff, or was that something that council weighed in on?
Oh, I don't recall council weighing in on that at all, Council Bruckner, not at all.
Registrar, you can take this down. Can you take us into HAM 23128 at image 2? So this is an email chain that's sent to you by Councillor Chad Collins to you and to Councillor Brad Clark in November of 2016, 2012. I'm sorry, I boggled that date a little, November 26, 2012, apologies. Okay. And after receiving public complaints about the Red Hill Valley Parkway, Councillor Collins brings a motion to the Public Works Committee on January 6, 2013, directing staff to investigate upgrading lighting on the Red Hill Valley Parkway at the Mud Stone Church Road interchange, look at better signing and lane markings and other initiatives, and to present a full costing of all options and alternatives to council. And this leads to something that we refer to as the 2013 SEMA report, which is a safety study that's done by SEMA in 2013. But before he brings this motion, he sends this email to you and Councillor Brad Clark, and he references a draft motion, and he summarizes some of the complaints that he had been receiving from his constituents around this time period in late 2012. Just as a starting point, do you know why Councillor Collins would have signaled you and Councillor Clark out specifically on this email about the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Not speaking for him, but I would imagine, again, myself, with the Ward 6 portion being at the top. And there is a portion off the Mud Street interchange that Councillor Clark in Ward 9 would geographically abut the Red Hill Valley Parkway. And so, again, not speaking for Councillor Collins, but I would imagine he wanted to bring this to our attention and to maybe get some feedback from us. And could I further add, Council Bruckner?
Yeah, of course.
If I might further add, I also, after the road had opened, darkness, I remember even for constituents of mine, and overwhelmingly 75, 80% of my Ward 6 were strongly supportive, Council, in getting the Red Hill Valley Parkway finally built. And even those who were supportive of the road, once it was open, were using it after 2007. I remember the general concern and comment was the darkness of the road, saying, Tom, the road just seems extra dark at the time. And so I remember myself, it wasn't just one or two constituents saying that. It wasn't an avalanche of people, but it was a significant number that I thought I would bring that to staff's attention. And so I had similar concerns. So by the time Councillor Collins had sent this around, I had already in the prior few years raised the issue with staff as well about darkness.
Okay. So you said that at this point, you were primarily receiving concerns from your constituents about darkness on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. At this point in time, November of 2012, and kind of running into the beginning of 2013, had you been receiving complaints about any other aspect of the Red Hill Valley Parkway from your constituents?
Yes, I had one. I had as well. Two main things I'd received: darkness, number one for sure. And from time to time, people would say, Tom, the road at times seems a bit slippery, but driving down it and everything. And again, unlike the length, that's a horizontal, east-west, straight line. The Red Hill, of course, is a contoured, snaky type of unique design road from north to south. And so different, if you will, driving aspects of this unique curvy type of road. So I primarily, Council Bruckner, had received darkness as well as potentially potentially, Tom, it seems that, it may be slippery at times.
When you received complaints from your constituents, what would you typically do, if anything, upon receiving them?
Typically with constituent concerns, Council, my practice has always been, first of all, to respond between my two staff. I have a full-time, part-time staff and myself that make up the Ward 6 office. Typically, obviously, between the three of us, I acknowledge the complaint formally, possibly engage with the constituent. That would be more me than my assistants in terms of an issue of importance, such as this with an important roadway. And then from there, typically, if I couldn't just in a very cursory, quick political way offer a response that satisfied the constituent, I would typically forward on that complaint to a department of the city and wait for a professional staff to respond to my complaint that I could then respond back to my constituent with a more fulsome answer. And I typically, from an organizational standpoint, anything that comes forward, not just Red Hill, but anything that comes forward, I typically deal at the senior leadership team level, which would be city manager, general managers, and director. I wouldn't deal anything lower than director, if you will, to at least get a formal response.
Thank you. At this point in time, so again, just to orient you, this is late 2012, ranging into early 2013. Did you have any safety concerns arising from the complaints that you had been receiving from your constituents about the Red Hill?
Other than, no, just again about the darkness overall, and again, some mentioning about potential slipperiness, but that was just generally it in terms of, leaving it with me, forwarding it on to staff, and basically seeing if staff responded saying, yes, we could do this, we can't do that. I remember on the darkness issue, Council Bruckner, I remember distinctly staff, and mostly I would have been dealing with Director Gary Moore, overseeing the building of the road, but I would have, from staff generally on the darkness issue, I remember staff responded with that where the roadway was built in the valley, that we were trying to avoid and prevent any habitat, fowl, birds, deer, any other critters, potentially keep them from crossing the road, and hence not using typical lighting on a roadway, so that would prevent any unnecessary and unfortunate carnage on the road from a habitat standpoint.
Okay. Registrar, could you take this down and take us into overview document 6, image 8, paragraph 11, please? So this is the motion that ends up being presented at the Public Works Committee and passed. And you'll see the motion is on a motion, staff were directed to investigate upgrading the lighting on the Red Hill Parkway in the vicinity of the Mudstone Church Road interchanges. Just for my reference, that area in the vicinity of the Mudstone interchange, is that in Ward 6?
That's a combination of Ward 6 and Ward 9. If you came off the interchanges going southbound, Council Bruckner, you could split off into Mud or Stone Church, and that literally is the border and dividing line between Ward 6 and 9.
Okay. So then it's about investigating upgrading the lighting on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in that area. At this point in time, recognizing that you had some information about the environmental concerns and the construction of the Red Hill, did you have any knowledge or understanding about whether lighting could in fact be upgraded on the Red Hill?
I was hopeful, let's put it that way. I was hopeful, but again, staff's original response and when it was built and opened in 2007, those were the reasons why lighting wasn't provided at that time, primarily from an environmental standpoint and the habitat standpoint.
When this motion was passed, did you have any expectation about what kind of information staff would provide back to you about the ability to upgrade lighting on the Red Hill?
No, I was just waiting to see exactly if they come back with short-term solutions, midterm, if they had some immediate measures, see what the wide-ranging options potentially would be from traffic staff. primarily from traffic staff in this standpoint, but obviously probably collaborating, working in conjunction with engineering staff as well.
Registrar, could you please take us into HAM 4301 at images 1 and 2? So this is moving forward a little bit in time into September 2013. So this is an email exchange in September 2013 in which David Ferguson of Traffic Operations and Engineering shares a draft version of the 2013 SEMA report about the safety of the Red Hill Valley Parkway with Councillor Collins. And you'll see that's the very first email at the very bottom of the second image there.
Okay.
And then on learning from Martin White, who is his manager,
Yes.
that you and Councillor Clark were interested in the results of the safety audit on the Red Hill. Mr. Ferguson shared the draft report with you, and he says when he does that, and this is over on the bottom of the very first image there, he says, I have been asked to also include you both on this. We are just finalizing the Red Hill Valley Parkway safety review attached as requested by Councillor Collins. I have attached a copy of the report for your review, and we have offered a meeting with Councillor Collins to review how we will be presenting the report to council. Do you recall this email exchange back and forth with Mr. Ferguson about the draft 2013 SEMA report?
I don't recall it, but my name's on it, so I'm not going to dispute it. Council Bruckner.
In your experience during your time with council, how common was it for staff to share draft consultant reports with members of council before they were presented to a standing committee?
I won't say how often. I couldn't tell you how often, but I would say more as a information and maybe a courtesy advance to have some preliminary discussion, especially if it was impacting that particular geographic area, which would be in one's ward. I would have seen it more as a courtesy and for information just in advance. So wouldn't have been blindsided, if you will, at the standing committee level when the final report was part of the agenda.
Okay. Aside from this occasion where you were provided with a draft copy of the 2013 SEMA report, do you recall other occasions where you were given a draft staff report? Or sorry, a draft consultant report?
Now, you mean not just specific to this subject?
It can be specific to this subject, but not the 2013 SEMA report.
No.
You don't have to detail it, just were there other occasions?
Again, my apologies, Council Bruckner. Are you specifically saying this or across the entire corporation of any departments? My apologies.
Across the entire corporation of any department. Aside from this instance, can you recall other instances in which you were given a draft consultant report?
I honestly could not recall. It may have happened, but I'm not going to say for sure. I honestly couldn't recall.
Understood. Before you received the copy of the draft 2013 SEMA report in this instance, had you approached staff to advise them of your interest in that report?
No, not to my knowledge, no.
I asked just because the second email from the bottom of page 2 is Mr. White speaking to Mr. Ferguson, and you're not copied on this. But he says, Dave and Councillor Collins, apparently Councillors Clark and Jackson have also expressed interest in the results of our traffic safety audit of the Red Hill Valley Parkway and Link. But you don't recall specifically approaching anyone on staff to advise them of your interest?
I don't recall specifically approaching anyone, but if it says there in the email and the minutes and the actual wording of the email, if I did, then so be it. I just remember again, Council Bruckner expressing concerns about the darkness of the roadway and supporting the motion of directing staff to see what they could come back with in terms of possible measures to improve that.
Okay. And so at this point in time, around September 2013, can you recall who on city staff you'd made aware of your concerns about the darkness on the roadway?
It would have been through Manager Martin White. It would have been through Superintendent Dave Ferguson, and even possibly as well Director Gary Moore of the overall project. If I had those, which I had those discussions, it would have probably been through those type of individuals.
Okay. And why would those three individuals have been the people that you approached about the Red Hill?
Director Moore, obviously, as the roads guru overseeing the project itself, and anything typically involving traffic safety measures, whether it was Red Hill or any other street in my ward, I would have gone to Manager Martin White or Superintendent Dave Ferguson.
And when you describe Mr. Moore as the roads guru, is that due to his involvement in the construction of the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
So let's just say that's my editorial term of a title, if you will. I gave my Director Moore. I've known Director Moore from regional days before amalgamation and since amalgamation. And I just found him to be an expert and experienced in terms of building roads across our city and our region. So
okay.
If you will, my editorial dubbing him our roads guru.
Okay. Registrar, can you take us into HAM 4303, please? So this is the actual copy of the draft Red Hill Valley Parkway Safety Review that you received in response to this email chain. Do you recall if when you received this draft report, you would have reviewed it?
I don't recall reviewing it, to be honest, Council Bruckner. I don't recall reviewing it. It probably would have been a multi-page document, but I don't recall reviewing it.
Okay. Would it generally have been your practice to review a consultant report?
Not generally, no. I typically, if there was any consultant reports that were to be part and parcel of whatever the staff reports would be to committee and council, I would have relied on staff, if you will, in the body of their report under background information, relevant consultation as a subtitle, then highlighting who they had consulted with, stakeholders in the community, ward councillors, various departments of the city. So I would have just relied on that in the background of staff's report. But in terms of this type of report, I wouldn't have gone through it, no.
Okay. Registrar, can you take us to image 8 and 9 of this document, please?
Just to let you know, Council Bruckner, on the right-hand page, a little bit of the wording's cut off because of our pictures, but I'll presume if there's anything there, you'll let me know.
Oh, if you
Please.
go to the view options at the very top of your screen, you should be able to switch to gallery view. And then you should be able to see the full set of documents without the pictures cutting it off.
Gallery view. Okay.
Yeah, give that a try.
I don't see gallery review, so let's just stay with what I'm seeing in front of me for now, and I'll just work my way through it. No problem. Sorry.
Okay. So you'll see that on the second image that we have up there under the points, Register, it's the first full paragraph on image 2, if you can call that out for us. Councillor Jackson, are you able to see that full quote pulled out?
Oh, much better. Thank you, Curtis. Much better. Thank you.
So the report says here, given the extensive history of the Parkway, the unique geography that it traverses, the many design refinements and assessments undertaken over the years, the many environmental agreements and approvals required, and the urban expressway nature of the design, it was determined that a review of the fundamental roadway design geometry of the roadway and illumination throughout the study area was beyond the scope of this study. Was that consistent with your understanding of the purpose of Councillor Cullen's motion, that illumination throughout the study area was not going to be looked at by the consultant's report?
I don't remember seeing this, of course, in the consultant's report, as I didn't work my way through that report. However, this would tie in with why Councillor Collins did what he did, because of a number of us receiving concerns and complaints about darkness, and hence directing staff to, from a council standpoint, to look into it and see what measures could be brought back to make the roadway safer from a lighting standpoint.
Mhm. And so this particular section of the report indicates that illumination is not actually going to be looked at by CMA throughout the entire scope of the study area. Is that something that you had been advised of around the drafting of this report or in the lead up to receiving the final version of it?
I don't recall that at all.
Okay. So in the email chain in which you received this copy of the draft report, staff offered to meet with you to discuss the draft report. Do you recall at all what happened at that meeting or if it occurred?
I don't recall attending that meeting. To be honest with you, Councillor Bruckner, I don't recall attending that meeting.
Do you recall if you were ever told in and around this time period, so again, this is September of 2013, that the environmental approval on the Red Hill Valley Parkway prohibited continuous lighting of the Red Hill?
Yes, that dovetails with what I had said earlier, that the response I had from staff was that for environmental concerns, lighting could not be part of the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
Okay. Do you recall which member of staff told you that?
Again, most of my questions about the roadway would have been directed through Director Gary Moore. If he had asked his own staff, I'm not going to speak for him, if he had asked for his own staff to possibly come back with information that ultimately he would have shared back with me, and it could have been just a verbal exchange as well. That's where I would have started any of my line of questioning in terms of anything to do with the roadway, the parkway.
Okay. And do you recall if that discussion occurred in and around the original construction of the Red Hill, or if it's something that happened later, closer to 2013, when you were discussing complaints that you'd received from constituents about lighting?
Oh, so it would have definitely been after the parkway was open in the fall of 07, up until what you showed me with Councillor Collins' formal email, including Councillor Clark and I. So it would have been as the parkway was open, as more and more people were using it, over that period of 5 or 6 years is when the darkness issue was being brought to my attention by my constituents.
Okay, and you think that's around the time that you would have had discussions with Mr. Moore in which he indicated that the EA prohibited lighting?
Yes, exactly. It would have been within that 5-6 year time period, Council Bruckner. I couldn't tell you exactly what month, what week, what year, but it would have been as more and more people were using. The darkness issue was being brought to my attention, and I would have brought that to Director Moore's attention, and then he or staff would have responded with what I've shared about habitat and environmental concerns.
Okay. Register, you can take this down. If you can take us into RHV 668, please. So this is the information report that is sent to the Public Works Committee with respect to the 2013 SEMA report, the draft of which we were just looking at. Mm-hmm. Do you recall receiving this information report?
Yes, I recall receiving this information report.
Okay. Was it your standard practice to review staff reports when you received them?
Yes, so what I did was we typically, Council Bruckner, we got 2 types of reports. We got information reports. We got what I would call action reports with staff recommendations. And so typically, this would have been part and parcel of agendas when agendas are printed. And it would have been at that time as we get our agendas typically several days before the standing committee meeting. And I'm one who traditionally still likes my hard copies. And so I would have reviewed all the reports attached to that agenda. And this would have been attached to it.
Okay. The 2013 SEMA report, so that's the draft document that we were just looking at. The final version of it wasn't appended to this information report. Would you generally expect to be provided with a consultant report when you received a staff report summarizing it?
No, not necessarily. I would have relied on staff within the body of their information or full report recommendation type report. I would have relied on staff to tell me if they had any reference to a consultant's report.
And in your experience on council, Were consultant reports usually appended to staff reports, or was that a fairly rare occurrence?
Yeah, I would say more of a rare occurrence. I mean, if I could just, maybe it's not a perfect analogy, but for example, recently, 6 months ago during budget session, typically departments bring reports, for example, 10-year report on our fire and emergency medical paramedic services as to where new facilities should be built, operational dollars needed, how much more equipment to buy. That type of document of more of a capital nature in that would be a part and parcel of what members of council would receive. But in terms of an actual consultants type of report, we wouldn't have received that in my recollection, we wouldn't have received that on a regular basis.
So the first full paragraph on image 2, Registrar, do you mind just pulling out the first full paragraph there? It's also the third up from the bottom. Sorry, the third full paragraph. My apologies. One more down. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. So you'll see there's an entry in the information report that says the report also reviewed roadway lighting. And while the report did not recommend the installation of lighting along the entire road segment, the consultants did report recommended that lighting be installed on the westbound Mud Street on-ramp. The cost to install roadway lighting in this section is initially estimated at $275,000. However, as outlined under the original Red Hill Valley report, that was approved by council prior to construction of the roadway. Roadway lighting was not recommended or implemented as a result of the environmental concerns. Do you recall if in connection with this information, council or the Public Works Committee was advised about the decision not to investigate lighting throughout the entire study area with respect to the 2013 SEMA report?
I can't recall that, Council Bruckner.
It's fine. Registrar, you can take this down. And if you don't mind just pulling out actually the next paragraph up. So I'm just slightly changing the focus.
Curtis, could you just make that a little smaller again, please, for me, so that I'll see the whole thing? Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Sorry, Council Bruckner. Thank you.
That's all right. If on the break you want to try it out, I think that it may also sometimes be labeled as side-by-side view in the viewer to get it so that it doesn't block off your screen.
Okay. Oh, yes, it does have a side-by-side option. Okay, thank you. I'll do that during the break then. Thank you.
Perfect. So you'll see the very bottom of this paragraph here says staff will also review further countermeasures such as friction testing with construction engineering. And then Registrar, can you take us over to the next page, image 3, which should be Appendix A to this report? And then you'll see that under the appendix of short-term countermeasures, the first one listed there is friction testing. What did you understand that staff were going to do in respect of the short-term friction testing countermeasure, given the representation of friction testing here in this appendix and the statement in the staff report about it being further reviewed?
That typically that staff would be taking some time in a short-term manner, and the short-term can be defined as weeks, months, maybe up to a year or two, but staff would be taking, they would be undergoing the friction testing as well as part of these short-term measures to potentially make the road safer along with the lighting and markings and maybe additional signage as well.
Do you recall if in connection with this report or the presentation at the Public Works Committee about this report, there was any discussions about the basis for the friction testing recommendation in the 2013 SEMA report and where that came from?
I don't remember the basis for it. No, I don't. Council Bruckner, sorry.
Okay. At this point in time, what was your understanding, if you had one, about why friction testing was a short-term recommendation that SEMA had made?
Well, I would, again, based on, I would presume I wasn't alone as a member of council, but again, speaking for myself, I mentioned a little while ago in this hearing that two issues were top of mind for me from my constituents regarding the usage of the roadway. And that was both the darkness and potential slipperiness of it as well. So if enough complaints were brought forward potentially about that, then that could have been a reason why it was included in the SEMA report. Or it could have been internally generated through staff, but I can't speak for staff.
Okay. At this point in time, had staff spoken to the Public Works Committee or you about wet weather collisions or the patterns of wet weather collisions on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. Registrar, you can take this down, and if you could please take us into OD7, images 3 to 4, paragraph 4. So on May 5th, 2015, 2 young women were killed in a crossover collision on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Do you recall that collision?
I remember hearing about it for sure. Extremely tragic, what occurred, and I remember hearing about that, yes.
Registrar, can you take us to overview document 7, image 10, paragraph 29, please? So Councillor Marula brings a motion to be heard at the May 21st, 2015 Public Works meeting, and he wants to direct staff to investigate additional safety measures on the Red Hill Valley Parkway and link, such as additional guardrails, lighting, lane markings, and other means to help prevent further fatal and serious injuries after this collision occurs. Do you recall if you supported this motion?
Oh, yes, I strongly supported this motion.
And you'll see at the bottom of the excerpt on this motion that staff were directed to report to the Public Works Committee by December 7th, 2015. Did you have any expectations about how staff would go about responding to this particular motion, and in particular, if they would retain an expert?
No, typically when committee and council have approved a motion, it's left with a senior management team and the department in charge to pursue and to bring back all the information and their best recommendations to address the council direction. How they did it, who they engage, we would leave that up to senior management.
Okay. Did you anticipate that staff would come back to the Public Works Committee with a recommendations report further to this motion?
Yes, I would. They may have come, they may typically, Council Bruckner, they, if it was going to take them a little more time, or given that this was about a 6 month, 7 month period of time, typically staff, not just this, may wish to bring an interim type of information report just to give a status, work in progress, what's occurring. But absolutely by the end of this, for sure, a full recommendation type of report.
Registrar, can you please take us to overview document 7, image 73, paragraph 231? So Councillor Marilla's motion was passed at the May 21st Public Works Committee meeting, and this call out is jumping a bit ahead in time.
Okay.
And on December 7th, 2015, as requested in that motion, staff came back to the Public Works Committee to report. Do you remember staff providing a report following Councillor Marilla's motion in December of 2015?
If the minutes say that I was there, then I was there, and I do, yes.
Registrar, you can take this down, and if you can pull up side by side HAM 56682 and HAM 56684, please. So I'm just putting this up side by side because the email on the email that is pulled up there is the covering email by which Laurie Leduc circulates the 2015 SEMA report.
Okay.
To council, including yourself. I know it's a little hard to read, but you are one of the recipients listed up there.
Yes.
And then the document beside it is the attachment, which is the final version of the 2015 SEMA report, which was produced further to that motion. Do you recall receiving the 2015 SEMA report prior to the December 15th Public Works Committee meeting?
I don't recall receiving it, but if it was attached to the report from staff, I'm not going to dispute it, Council Bruckner.
Okay. On receiving this email circulating the 2015 SEMA report, would you have reviewed the 2015 SEMA report?
I would have typically past practice, as I've said earlier as well, with the other document. I would not have gone through the report. However, I would have relied on professional staff to ensure that whatever recommendations they brought forth, and if there was recommendations that emerged from the SEMA report that helped form their recommendations, I would have relied on professional staff accordingly.
Okay. Register, you can take this down, and if you could take us into HAM 24700. So this is the recommendation report that's prepared by staff for the December 7th, 2015 Public Works Committee meeting. Do you recall receiving and reviewing this recommendation report?
Yes, I do.
So in the staff report, which is about the 2015 SEMA report that we were looking at a minute ago, staff recommend that actually, Register, why don't you pull out the recommendations there just so that they're a little bit easier to see for Councillor Jackson. So in this report, staff recommend that short-term options, safety options identified in Appendix A be implemented, while medium and long-term items identified in Appendix B are deferred for review as part of the assessment of the update of the transportation master plan. And that's in connection with consideration of the expansion or potential expansion of the Red Hill Valley Parkway and Link. Do you recall those recommendations, particularly around potentially deferring some of the countermeasures?
I just remember there were some short-term measures that staff felt that they could, at a particular cost with the money coming out of the red light camera reserve, that they can move ahead with, and that there was going to be medium long-term items that needed further consideration. I don't necessarily remember it being tied in with the TMP, and I don't necessarily remember it being tied in with the expansion of the Red Hill Link, which, by the way, I was always a strong supporter of. And whether you may have known the history or not, Councillor Bruckner, both roads had been originally planned and proposed to be a 6-lane road, but based on the politics of the day, based on the funding we had available at the time, we at least got the 2 roadways open with the 4 lanes they currently are. So back to your question, I don't remember it all being tied in with the expansion or the TMP, but I do remember that there were things like maybe cat's eyes on the roadway and things like that that could hopefully be done as soon as possible.
Register, can you please take us into image 6 of this document? So you'll see there's a paragraph there. The second paragraph under the graph. Register, do you mind pulling that out for us, starting with currently? Yeah. So there's a reference there that says currently Public Works is updating the citywide master TMP, which will be completed in 2016. Part of this process is to review the need for additional lanes on both the Link and Red Hill due to the high volumes and congestion at certain times of day. If additional lanes are identified, a median barrier would be required. As of December 7th, 2015, when you were at the Public Works Committee meeting and this report was presented, was it your expectation that you'd receive the outcome of the Transportation Master Plan by 2016?
I guess it was a hopeful expectation that we would receive it by then. Yes, correct.
Okay. And it was your understanding that the TMP update would consider the expansion of the Red Hill Valley Parkway and Link?
Yes, and also that I believe at some point in time, I can't remember when, but at some point in time during that term of council, there was an actual motion by one of my colleagues. I believe it was the former Ward 9 councillor, Doug Conley, that got council on record asking the province and putting us in a position to expand both the Red Hill and the link to 6 lanes.
What was your understanding as to the timing for possible expansion of the Red Hill Valley Parkway and Link? For example, was it something that you thought could reasonably happen within a couple of years, or was it something that would be well down the line?
So obviously, as someone, again, who was a strong supporter of building both roads, wanted the original plan as proposed for 6 lanes. Disappointed we only got the 4 lanes open, however, was satisfied our ring roads, our new ring road concept was up and running in our community for a variety of reasons, helping to bring goods and services to our community, open up the Red Hill Business Park, take heavy trucks off of beautiful residential roads in our escarpment passes in our city and along my East Mountain community. The hope had been that we could expand the roadways in the near future. However, Council Bruckner, we have an issue with the pinch points, I call them, at both the QEW and the 403, where the two parkways exit and enter. There's no way that the 6 lanes and the proposed expansion could go ahead until the MTO does something to resolve the pinch points at the 403 or QEW, because with the 4 lanes, they're currently bottlenecked. And to just add an additional 1 lane each way to make them 6 lanes, we just add to the further congestion and bottleneck unless the MTO deals with those pinch points and resolves them so that the additional volume, increased volume of the expanded 6 lane roads could be accommodated.
Okay. So the potential expansion of the Red Hill and Link then was somewhat contingent on the MTO? Absolutely,
yes, absolutely. So even to this day now, here we are 4 or 5 years later, nothing has been forthcoming at this time because those 2 pinch points have not been resolved.
Okay. Reg, so you can take this down, and if you could take us into image 3 of this document. And if you can pull out the second 2 paragraphs under the Red Hill Valley Parkway heading. So starting with a detailed review, or you can start there. You can go do the first full 3 if you'd like. So Councillor Jackson, I'm gonna read out the paragraph in the middle there.
Please.
So this is about the Red Hill Valley Parkway, and it says a detailed review of the collision incidents identify that there is a higher number of collisions than would be expected as a result of high vehicle speeds in combination with wet weather conditions. The majority of collision incidents that are occurring are a direct relation to poor driving behavior. When you reviewed this recommendation report, did you rely on that summary of SEMA's findings in the staff report in terms of your understanding about what the primary cause of collisions on the Red Hill Valley Parkway was?
I didn't necessarily recall reading this actual paragraph, but in answers that were forthcoming from Director Moore and on behalf of staff was that the roadway basically was safe and that it was more about driver behavior and not adjusting to inclement weather, speed, distracted driving, things like that instead.
So you indicated that Mr. Moore is the one who made those statements to you. Do you recall how frequently or when he made statements to that effect?
No, that would have been, I may be going a little bit fast forward here, but that would have been at the committee meeting that we asked him if the roadway, Chairman Marul asked if the roadway was safe in a public session.
Okay, so I'm actually just about to take you to those comments. So we
okay, sorry, I'm a bit ahead of myself there.
Oh, no,
sorry.
Absolutely, that's perfectly fine. I'm going to ask you a couple more questions, and then I think that we will be looking at those comments shortly. But those are the ones that you're referencing in the answer that you just gave.
Yes.
Registrar, can you please take us into HAM 24702? So this is the Appendix B to the recommendation report that we were looking at, which lists the medium and long-term safety options and estimated costing for the link in the Red Hill Valley Parkway. And you'll see that the very first one under medium-term options, 2 to 5 years, is conduct pavement friction testing with the amount being $40,000 in cost. Do you recall if you took particular notice of that pavement friction testing recommendation?
I can't say, I can't recall if I took particular attention to that or not, Council Bruckner.
Did you make a connection between the friction testing recommendation and the statement that we were just looking at in the staff report about there being a higher number of collisions due to high vehicle speeds in combination with wet weather conditions?
I didn't make necessarily that correlation right away, no.
Okay. Do you recall if staff made that connection while presenting this report to the Public Works Committee?
I honestly cannot recall if they did or didn't.
Under long-term options, which is the next little break in the chart down, long-term options 6+ years, there were 4 different options, and 2 of them relate to the Red Hill Valley Parkway, and those are install median barriers and install end-to-end illumination. The staff report suggested that medium and long-term options should be considered with the expansion of the Red Hill Valley Parkway, or at least with the Transportation Master Plan update. Did you have any concerns about staff's recommendation to defer the safety options set out in Appendix B until the completion of the Transportation Master Plan?
I don't recall having any concerns at that time. No, it was just on a roadmap of things to do, both midterm and long-term. So it definitely was on the radar. Everyone was aware of it. And it was just a matter of studies being completed, finding the money in the capital budget as well to do the things that have been highlighted here.
Okay. Registrar, can you leave this up and bring up on the other side of the screen HAM 56684 at image 57, please? So what I just pulled up is the section from the 2015 SEMA report that lists the countermeasures and also includes references to whether or not they're short-term or long-term.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at that chart, you'll see that towards the very bottom, Registrar, can you pull out the conduct pavement friction testing recommendation from the SEMA report? It's 3 up from the, yeah, there it is. So the conduct pavement friction testing recommendation is listed as a short-term recommendation in the 2015 SEMA report, which doesn't include a year range for when, like what it means when it defines short-term. And then you'll see that over on the other page, the staff report that we were just looking at lists conduct pavement friction testing as a medium-term option. Were you aware that friction testing was listed as a short-term option by SEMA, but a medium-term option to be deferred pending the consideration of the Transportation Master Plan by city staff?
I wasn't aware that SEMA had put it as a short-term. The fact that staff that's the staff report you're showing me there on the left, Council Bruckner, that they had it as a medium-term option. As to the difference there, I wouldn't have been aware of the SEMA recommendation of short-term. Again, I would have relied more on professional staff's recommendation of the medium-term option.
Would you have expected staff to identify in the staff report that they'd listed friction testing as a medium-term option while SEMA had listed it in a short-term option, and provide some sort of explanation for that?
That, looking back, would have been a hope for. I don't believe that was done. I don't recall that being done, but that would have been a hope for if there was some discrepancy to highlight the difference from professional staff versus the consultant's recommendation.
in general, where city staff were recommending something different than a consultant had recommended, would you expect their changes or their recommendations to be clear on the face of the staff report?
I would expect so, especially if something of a significant topic and or project that has had a lot of attention to it. Absolutely.
And would you generally expect staff to provide an explanation where their professional recommendation differed from that of a consultant?
Yes, I would hope so. Absolutely. But again, Council Bruckner, at the end of the day, I would be relying on my professional staff and what they would ultimately recommend.
Understood. In hindsight, and I think you may have answered this question, but just for clarity, would you have acted differently had you been aware that friction testing was a short-term countermeasure in the consultant's report, but a medium-term one in the recommendation report?
Probably would have caused more robust discussion and debate, and may have actually then pending, not speaking for any of my colleagues or on committee or council, but may have actually caused a potential change or alteration in terms of where that $40,000 would have ultimately landed. It would have at least caused a more robust debate.
Do you expect that you would have agreed to staff's recommendation to defer that particular medium-term option pending the outcome of the transportation master plan?
I'm sorry, could you repeat your question? I didn't understand that.
Had you known that CMA had listed conducting friction testing as a short-term measure, do you expect that you would have agreed to staff's recommendation to defer that safety option until the completion of the transportation master plan?
Again, I would have created a more robust discussion as to why the professional consultants recommending short-term, and so more immediacy to it, if you will, versus staff recommendation to have it more midterm and tie it in with the TMP. All I can say is it would have probably created a lot more discussion, deliberation, and debate before finally deciding what was the best course of action ultimately for council on behalf of the community.
Understood. Commissioner, I see that I've taken us a couple of minutes past our regular 3:30 break, and I'm about to move on to another topic of discussion. So I wonder if this might be time for the break.
Okay, let's take the usual 15-minute break. And that means we'll come back at 10 to 4.
So, Commissioner, Council Bruckner, do I just stay on the screen then, or what do I do?
Yeah, or you can take a break and get a cup of coffee or whatever you feel like as well.
All
Just rejoin us at 10 to 4.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please do.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson, before the break, I had indicated that I was going to take you to those comments by Mr. Moore. Registrar, could you please take us to overview document 7, image 74, paragraph 233? And you can call out 233 all the way down to 235. So this is a summary of a recording of the December 7th, 2015 Public Works Committee meeting. Councillor Marula asked Mr. Moore, who was also present at the meeting, to elaborate on the quality of the asphalt used, asking whether the city used low-grade asphalt in comparison to that used by the MTO in constructing the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Mr. Moore replied that the city had used SMA in the construction of the Red Hill Valley Parkway, which was the MTO's top mix for high-speed freeway-type roadways. Mr. Moore informed the Public Works Committee that the MTO had performed the initial friction testing and received results at or above what the MTO typically expected from high-grade friction mixes. He also informed the Public Works Committee that they had performed subsequent testing 5 years after in approximately 2012 to 2013, finding that the road was holding up exceptionally well. He stated, "We have no concerns about the surface mix." When asked by Councillor Marula whether the quality of the Red Hill Valley Parkway was no different than any 400 series highway, Mr. Moore replied that the Red Hill Valley Parkway was above that grade. Are those the comments from Mr. Moore that you referenced earlier in your testimony?
That's what I was getting at, Council Bruckner, exactly. The reassurances from Director Moore in that public session that basically the Red Hill Valley Parkway was operating very well and that there was no issue with the road surface.
So I noticed that Councillor Marula specifically directs this question to Mr. Moore. In your experience, did councillors often direct questions about the Red Hill Valley Parkway to Mr. Moore?
Yes, again, typically as our road guru, my editorial, it would have been to him. He reports up to a general manager. I believe at that time, we've had 3 or 4 over the time since amalgamation. I think Jerry Davis, if memory serves me right, may have been his general manager then. But most questions and answers would have been through Director Moore.
Okay. And is that due to his involvement in the construction of the Red Hill?
Absolutely, and his tremendous knowledge and expertise in building roads across our city.
Okay. Did you rely on Mr. Moore's statements about the quality of the asphalt on the Red Hill Valley Parkway made at this meeting?
Absolutely, Council Bruckner. I was more than relieved to hear it. I mean, there had been tragedies, there had been accidents, which were alarming. Deepest sympathies and thoughts and prayers to the loved ones of families who had perished on the roadway. But so in light of all that, I was deeply relieved to hear these public statements and provide the assurances, at least council members, I'll speak for myself, I don't think I was alone, are required on behalf of the constituents I represent and we represent.
With respect to Mr. Moore's comment that the MTO had performed initial friction testing and received results that were at or above what the MTO typically expected, prior to these comments from Mr. Moore, were you aware that friction testing had been done on the Red Hill Valley Parkway by the MTO?
No, I wasn't aware.
And Mr. Moore then advised the Public Works Committee that subsequent testing was done in 2012 and 2013, and that the road was holding up exceptionally well. He said, "We have no concerns about the surface mix." Did you understand from that comment that he meant there were at least 2 sets of friction testing completed on the Red Hill Valley Parkway by this time?
No, I would not have tweaked to that to make that connection at all, Council Bruckner. Sorry, no.
But did you accept Mr. Moore's statements about the friction testing and the results on the Red Hill Valley Parkway as accurate at this point?
Absolutely. Our Director of Engineering, the man who through his department built so many roads in our community, including the Lincoln Alexander Parkway and absolutely would have been satisfied and relieved with his public statement.
Did you rely on these comments from Mr. Moore in your own thinking about whether the road surface of the Red Hill Valley Parkway might be contributing to collisions?
Yes, I would have relied entirely on his public statement, exactly, that there was no issues in terms of with the product that was used and that the road was holding up exceptionally well.
So you had indicated that up to this point, you had been receiving concerns from your constituents about darkness and potential slipperiness on the Red Hill. Did these comments from Mr. Moore give you some comfort with respect to those complaints?
Obviously, the darkness was a separate issue dealing more with traffic staff, but from the potential slipperiness standpoint, it definitely did. It gave the comfort, raising the comfort level that I definitely needed.
Did you feel that these comments from Mr. Moore addressed those concerns from your constituents about slipperiness on the Red Hill?
Yes, I truly believe they did.
Coming out of this meeting then, did you have any concerns about the road surface of the Red Hill Valley Parkway as a contributing factor in collisions?
No, and in fact, Councillor Bruckner, it was leading, it put me back in the direction of what word on the street had been that, and again, with tremendous sensitivity, sympathies, and thoughtfulness towards the families who had lost loved ones on the Red Hill. But again, word on the street was that, driver behavior potentially was at fault here. Distracted driving, not adjusting to inclement weather. We, in fact, lowered the speed limit on the Red Hill from 90 to 80 to hopefully help to have safer, less speeding on the roadway, greater police enforcement, hopefully no alcohol consumption, but it was leading more towards the aspect of driver behavior was maybe more of a factor then because of the assurances that we were given at this public meeting at the standing committee level from the director.
And when you say the word on the street about potentially poor driver behavior, is that information that was coming to you through staff, through the media, through a variety of sources?
Council Bruckner, it's a term I use when there's whispers out in the community, nothing formal, nothing official, nothing written, but people talk. And, some of the talk was that, Tom, there's nothing wrong with the road. You've had now a public assurance there isn't. The roadway's safe. The product used was good. And you know what? Maybe it now points to driver behavior instead, unfortunately.
Okay. Registrar, could you please take us into HAM 43374 at images 1 and 2? So this is an email that is sent by the Lakewood Beach Community Council on December 9th, 2015. So a couple of days after that Public Works Committee meeting where Mr. Moore made his comments and the 2015 SEMA report was presented. Just as a starting point, did you have any familiarity with the Lakewood Beach Community Council as of December 15?
Prior to that, I was familiar with the Lakewood Beach Community Council. They're, I'll call them a very active group in our community, primarily, I believe, located in the Stony Creek area. But I'm familiar with their activism, if you will, in the community on a variety of subjects.
Okay. Do you recall receiving this particular email from them?
I actually recall receiving the particular email from them.
Okay. So you'll see in the first email that starts at the bottom of the first image and carries over onto the second image. They say in the second paragraph, actually, we'll start at this. They say at the very beginning, we're too late to have this added as an agenda item and are therefore writing to you directly requesting that you consider adding one recommendation from the consultant's review to the list of improvements. Based on the Red Hill Valley Parkway safety review, the consultants are recommending a pavement friction test be conducted at a cost of $40,000. This was not on the short-term list of recommendations from staff. However, we feel the cost benefit of conducting this testing would be money well spent and is warranted based on the Red Hill Valley Parkway safety review study results. And then they cite some of the study results. And then they go on to say, in addition, when speaking to the public, most state that the road feels slippery on the Red Hill. We have not heard this about the link. This is backed by the fact that the majority of comments during online media articles following collisions state that the public feels the pavement might be a contributing factor to those collisions. And you can see in brackets, in addition to speed, obviously. So just as a starting point, the Lakewood Beach Community Council is asking for pavement friction testing to be implemented as a short-term recommendation, which is consistent with the recommendation that was actually made in the 2015 SEMA report. Had you known that SEMA had recommended friction testing as a short-term countermeasure, do you think that that would have had any impact on your assessment of this email from the Lakewood Beach Community Council?
So, Council Bruckner, I definitely remember receiving it. The main reason why I remember receiving this was my response to it. And I remember clearly my response to Lakewood Beach was because it was so soon after the December 7th Public Works meeting where we had the assurances from Director Moore that the road was safe, product use was good, sorry?
I think the commissioner was just clearing his throat.
Sorry.
Okay. I thought somebody was stopping me for some reason. Sorry. That the product use was good, above MTO standards, etc. So, with the assurances of just a day or two earlier,
Councillor Jackson, sorry to interrupt. I think we might have just lost the commissioner.
my apologies. I will wait.
No, I just didn't want you to testify if Mr. Commissioner wasn't there.
Thank you, Mr. Mishra. I accidentally pushed the wrong button.
You have no idea, Commissioner, how often I've done that during these 2 years of the pandemic. Anyways, may I proceed, Council Bruckner?
Please do.
Thank you. Thank you. So, in light of how recently, how soon after a day or two of the Public Works assurances by Director Moore, I remember the response I gave to this group about them wanting to see the 40,000 moved up sooner, in spite of the SEMA report recommendation and our staff saying midterm. Instead, because of the assurances given, I remember the type of wording I put in my response to them above their initial email. It wasn't just sent to me, it was sent to a number of my colleagues. I can't remember if it was all of council or whatever, but I was one of the recipients. And I remember saying, with the unfortunate occurrences and tragedies, it now seemed like, and word on the street was that reckless, irresponsible driver behavior was more of a factor than anything else. And hence the recommendations from city staff, I was going to continue to support, and possibly some additional measures like photo radar equipment and or greater police enforcement. And as I noted in that email, at least make sure that their email correspondence is on the next meeting for or a future meeting for the record and for the minutes.
So then in that response up above in the blue, when you say, Registrar, do you mind just calling out the light blue email for us? So when you say, thanks for your timely suggestions, the facts regarding the unfortunate occurrences, primarily through careless, reckless, irresponsible behavior along the Red Hill and Link, that was a comment made based on the assurances that you had received at the Public Works Committee meeting?
Absolutely. That was entirely tied in to what we had just received 2-3 days earlier, Council Bruckner. Otherwise, I would have not made that kind of comment. But again, with the public assurances, relief we heard from staff, that is why, and again, word on the street, I was going back to the fact that, well, it looks like instead, it could very well have been these reasons and factors instead.
Right. And so when you say it looks like instead, you mean instead of the surface of the Red Hill Valley?
Correct. Exactly. Yes. That's what I'm referencing instead. Yes.
Registrar, you can take this down. And if you can take us into overview document 7, image 79 to 80, paragraph 250. And while the register is calling that out, so this is just some reference to what happened then at the subsequent council meeting on December 9th, 2015. You moved to have the Lakewood Beach Community Council's correspondence received and then refer it to the Public Works Committee for further direction. Again, was choosing to receive that correspondence and refer it to the Public Works Committee, something that you did further to the comments that had been made about the asphalt surface and the pavement?
Yes, because I'm sorry, Council Bruckner, sorry.
Oh, no, I was just going to say at that Public Works Committee meeting that you had attended.
I had made a commitment in the email to the Lakewood Beach group that I would do this. And so I was following through on that commitment and at least have their correspondence and their opinion and thought at the next Public Works Committee meeting, first for the official record and minutes, and second, in case anyone wanted to raise the points that they had in it.
Okay. Register, you can take this down. And if you could please take us into overview document 7, image 109, paragraph 343. So on January 28, 2016, you email Mr. Ferguson about the Lakewood Beach Community Council's correspondence, which was on the agenda at this point for the February 1st, 2016 Public Works Committee meeting. And you say, "Dear Superintendent Ferguson, you have had a chance to look over and review item 5.2, which was the Lakewood Beach Community Council's correspondence. I had suggested to this group that when I referred this correspondence from a past city council meeting to this Public Works Committee meeting, that even though a number of their suggestions were already being considered by your department and on your council approved to-do list with approximately 800,000, I would still consult with you to determine if their correspondence had any new suggestions that were worthy of your review and a possible report back to the committee in the future. Thoughts on what I should do Monday, for example, refer it to you, other recommendations." And then Register, you can take this down and the next paragraph down over onto image 110. You'll see that at 3:45, Mr. Ferguson replies, "I believe as part of the overall works, this is already being covered off, road friction testing. I have copied Director Moore for clarification." And then Register, you can take down this call out. And then you'll see Councillor Jackson, you respond, "Dear Superintendent Ferguson, thanks for the prompt reply and explanation. If Director Moore concurs, then I will move receiving the correspondence only, with the caveat that staff provide a written response to the Lakewood group, outlining and commenting on their suggestions and how staff are already or will be implementing these measures accordingly. Thoughts, please confirm if this procedure is in order." And Mr. Ferguson responds that he would concur with that direction. Just stepping back for a moment, what does it mean that you're going to move to receive correspondence only?
So that is just for the official record and for the minutes that the correspondence from any individual, any citizen in our community, in this case, the 3 individuals that are the primary leaders of the LBCC, is there officially for our records in perpetuity at City Hall. That's what it means to receive the correspondence only, because of what you had just read out from the back and forth that Superintendent Ferguson and I had, and his assurances that some their suggestions had been or will be covered off in their in the measures that traffic measures they were going to be implementing in the future.
So Mr. Ferguson had copied Mr. Moore into this chain, looking for his commentary. Do you recall if Mr. Moore ever responded to this email chain?
I honestly do not recall.
Okay. Do you recall if you have ever had any discussions with him independent of this email chain about friction testing or works that might be done on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in connection with this?
I do not recall in connection with this, no.
Any discussions with him about the Lakewood Beach Community Council's request specifically?
No, I just remember just directly with Superintendent Ferguson.
Registrar, could you please take us to overview document 7, image 111, paragraph 350, please? And you can call it 351 as well. Thank you very much. On February 16, 2016, Mr. Ferguson writes to the Lakewood Beach Community Council. He copies the mayor, the Public Works Committee, as well as a number of members of city staff, including Mr. Matter and Mr. Moore. And he writes, the following information is provided with respect to your email dated December 9th, 2015 to the mayor's office and members of the Public Works Committee. Your email was requesting that the identified friction test for the Red Hill Valley Parkway be considered for short-term testing through support from Public Works Committee. I am pleased to inform you that this testing will be completed by engineering services in 2016. We are confident that this testing, along with implementation of the other short-term recommendations as outlined in the report, will assist in raising awareness and educating motorists as we work to change driver behavior along the Red Hill Valley Parkway and Link, with the ultimate goal to make both roadways safer for motorists. Do you recall receiving or being copied on this email from Mr. Ferguson to the Lakewood Beach Community Council?
I don't recall if I was copied on that or not. If it shows somewhere on your records I won't dispute it, but I don't recall.
Yeah, so I believe you were as a member of the Public Works Committee. If you'd like, I can take us to the document.
No, I will accept that, Council Bruckner. If you've got that on record, I won't dispute it.
So Mr. Ferguson says that this was done through support from the Public Works Committee. Do you remember if at the Public Works Committee meeting at which this correspondence was received, there was any discussion about the friction testing recommendation or moving it up as a short-term option?
I don't recall if that was discussed there or not.
Did you ever speak to Mr. Moore about friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in 2016?
I don't recall speaking to him about it at all then, Council Bruckner.
Okay. So Mr. Moore replies to this email only to Mr. Ferguson. He doesn't copy you or anyone else on the email, and he says, perfect. Okay. Do you recall if it was your understanding that there would be friction testing conducted on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in 2016 from this email or otherwise?
Based on what Superintendent Ferguson said, that within the short term, we are confident testing along with implementation of the short-term recommendations. There will be, I didn't recall whether it was friction testing or not, but it points to friction testing. So when it was going to be carried out or not, I wasn't absolutely sure, Council Bruckner.
Okay. Did you take this email at face value then when Mr. Ferguson says that through support from the Public Works Committee, I'm pleased to inform you that this testing will be completed by engineering services in 2016?
Absolutely. Staff putting that together such as that, I would accept that absolutely as a commitment by staff.
Okay, would you have relied on that representation in that email?
Absolutely.
Did you ever seek confirmation from Mr. Moore or from another member of city staff that this friction testing had been completed?
I don't recall.
Registrar, could you please take us into overview document 7, image 177 at paragraph 516? So on March 24th, 2017, you received an information update on the status of the short-term safety improvements to be implemented on the Link and Red Hill, which were approved further to that December 9th, 2015 council meeting. Registrar, could you take us into HAM 25870 at image 3? So I'm just pulling up the actual information update that you would have received. Can you pull up the first page as well? HAM 25870. Yeah, if you can pull up image 1 and 3, just so we have them both up, just so that you have the cover page as well as the appendix. So this is the information update that is sent to the mayor and members of City Council on March 24th, 2017. And you'll see that under Appendix B, which is the appendix that sets out the medium and long-term recommendations from the 2015 SEMA report, that conduct pavement friction testing has been marked as completed. Do you recall if you accepted this statement that friction testing had been completed on the Red Hill Valley Parkway at its face value when you saw it in this information update?
I would have just accepted it at face value, Council Bruckner.
Okay. And you would have relied on the representation from staff that friction testing had been completed on the Red Hill?
Absolutely. And this report happened to come from the manager, acting director of the traffic division, Martin White.
You generally expect staff to be accurate in information updates that they're providing to council?
We have tremendous staff in our corporation, and I rely on them often and regularly.
So you'll see that under the long-term options there in Appendix B, a couple of them say to be reviewed and considered during resurfacing. When did you first learn that staff wanted to repave the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
All I recall is that at some point in time, repaving was considered for the Red Hill Valley Parkway and ultimately was carried out sometime in 2019. And if memory serves me right, Council Bruckner, it was roughly around a $6 to $8 million range of cost.
Okay. Registrar, can you take us back a little bit in time for a moment to overview document 7 at image 13, paragraph 38? I'm just stepping back in time for a minute to see if I can refresh your memory a bit. So at a Public Works Committee meeting on May 21st, 2015, Councillor Conley asked when future paving would occur on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. And Mr. Moore answered that question, and he said that that staff expected the first wholesale resurfacing of the Red Hill Valley Parkway would be in 14 or 16 years in 2021, subject to council's direction. And he also said that the repaving wasn't on the capital budget horizon at the time of that meeting. So that's May 21st, 2015. Registrar, you can take that down. And so returning to the discussion of the March 2017 information update, was it your understanding around that time that the resurfacing of the Red Hill Valley Parkway was still contemplated for 2021, or had the schedule been moved up?
First of all, Council Bruckner, I honestly don't recall that exchange, that Q&A exchange between Councillor Conley and Director Moore, but thank you for putting that up for my benefit. And secondly, all I remember was that ultimately it was carried out in 2019. I can't remember when a proposed range of time might have been, but ultimately it was done in 2019.
Okay. Do you recall if you were ever provided with a rationale or a basis for the resurfacing of the Red Hill?
The main reason I had heard that I recall was that the projected volumes on both the Link and Red Hill when they open was something, and I stand to be corrected, was somewhere around 40,000 vehicles a day. Both roads have far exceeded those projections, something around 70 to 80,000 vehicles a day. And so 12, 13 years later, primarily through wear and tear, it was time to repave the Red Hill Valley Parkway. And that was the main reason I had thought and I had recalled why it was carried out in 19.
To your knowledge, was the repaving connected to concerns about slipperiness on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I don't. I just remember that it was carried out primarily through wear and tear of the roadway and the far exceeded projections of volume of traffic and heavy truck traffic that obviously is delivering goods and services to our business parks along the way.
Okay. So over time, there's a fair amount of Red Hill Valley Parkway related coverage in the Spectator and other news outlets over the years. And members of council are occasionally quoted in media articles discussing safety concerns about the Red Hill Valley Parkway. How often did you personally read or review The Spectator?
From time to time. Most of my time is spent serving my community and the city overall. So from time to time, I'll read it, but I can't say I read every article on every page, nor I can't say honestly that I read it daily. But I try to keep in touch, obviously, with the news most affecting our municipality and my own constituents.
Did your staff brief you on media coverage around the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No, my staff don't do that. I rely totally on myself. My staff are busy enough regularly serving the taxpayers of my constituency.
Okay. Register, could you please take us to HAM 52704? So this is a July 15, 2017 article by Nicole O'Reilly from the Hamilton Spectator titled Highway Traffic Tragedies. Why are there so many crashes on the Red Hill Valley Parkway? Register, can you take us over to image 2 and pull out the last 5 paragraphs? At the very bottom of the page, the last 5. So there are a couple of paragraphs in this article that say the Red Hill Valley Parkway was originally paved with stone mastic asphalt, a more expensive mix that's supposed to last longer. It is known to be slightly more slippery, though still meeting provincial standards in the first few months, but typically has better friction once the road is worn down. Yet the 2015 engineering report found crashes when the road is wet are inexplicably going up, not down, and recommended the city study friction. The city did test friction later that year, The Spectator has learned, but the results were never made public. There is no official report, Moore said, only an informal chart sent in an email in December 2015. The friction testing was not fulsome and the results were inconclusive, he said. But instead of doing further testing, as was recommended, the city has decided to repave. Do you recall if you reviewed this particular article in The Spectator?
No, I don't. I would have remembered the headline type of thing, but I don't remember reading the article in its entirety, no.
Okay. Did anyone ever make representations to you that there had only been an informal chart on friction testing for the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No, absolutely not, no.
Did anyone ever make representations to you that friction testing from the Red Hill Valley Parkway was not fulsome and the results were inconclusive?
Not that I recall, no, Council Bruckner.
Okay. Register, you can take this down. And if you can take us into overview document 7, image 180 to 181, paragraph 523 and 524. So while the register is pulling up those call outs, on April 4th, 2017, the mayor emailed Mr. McKinnon and Mr. Murray, copying members of council, and raised concerns about the visibility of the lane markers on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. And later that day, which is at 524, which the register is just pulling up for us at the bottom there, you respond to this email from the mayor and you say, "Dear GM McKinnon, I could not agree more with the mayor on this request. I drove the Red Hill in the last 24 hours too during the late evening, and it was horrendous trying to determine where the lane markings were. Traffic staff have attempted to enhance the cat's eyes markings and other reflectors from time to time, but unlike other roadways, I'm not sure why this problem persists. During a rainfall, it's even worse. I know the hardworking Ward 4 and 5 councillors have raised this matter before the Public Works Committee too. I'll leave it in your capable hands with much thanks." Do you recall sending this email in response to concerns that the mayor had raised about the Red Hill in 2017?
I do recall sending that email because I remember with driving it, don't remember word by word, but I definitely remember the essence of why I wrote it because of having driven it at that time.
Okay. Can you expand a little bit more on why you wrote this email?
It was just basically piggybacking on the fact that hoping that the initial cat eyes markings would have enhanced the illumination of the road, but obviously, especially during that inclement weather, even somebody like myself, who's a regular road user and I think is a darn good driver, I found it difficult to navigate.
Commissioner, I see that it is 4:26 and I'm about to move on to a lengthy line of questioning. I wonder if now might be a good time to pause for the day.
Well, that would seem to make sense. I guess if there's nothing else then to be done today, we'll stand adjourned until 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Am I joining?
Mr. Jackson, you're excused until tomorrow morning.
Okay.
And we wish you and everyone else a good evening. If a somewhat rainy evening.
Can I ask Solicitor Mishra, will I have a separate email link tomorrow, please?
It'll be the same link that you've joined today.
I use that again.
That's right.
Thank you, Mr. Mishra. Thank you, Commissioner.